Okay. My microphone wasn't selected. I made a dumb mistake. But anyway, I have done some wheel prompts anyway. So if I go here, we've got, I'm not sure I rolled it for a second time. But our protagonists are meeting in a small arcade. They are a group of, like, yes men who just agree with everything you say. There's a demon, of course, and there's a mech pilot. No idea how I'm going to make that work, but the wheel is all-knowing and we don't question the wheel. The wheel is the greatest being that was ever spun. I don't know. I should have checked the location here first. It doesn't matter. So we've got the queen. The demon is like the protagonist and fighting the queen. It seems kind of backwards. Oh well. I have to roll with what it says. Or spin with what it says. Put a spin on what it says. I don't know. So, as I say, I'm doing it kind of backwards, but we will find the location. A giant blue cardboard box. Oh, that's a reference. It won't be understandable on Twitch, but it's a reference. Well, no idea why it chose that one, but it is kind of funny. So we've got the antagonist is a queen and a group of others that's gathering in. Which I could reuse a location. I don't want to. I want to have a different location for like each group of people, so it doesn't get too confusing. Should loosen up my shoulders. The disposable lackeys. I mean, it's on disposable lackeys. I feel sure it didn't stay on that. I think it's because I removed the thing. The queen and her disposable lackeys fighting a demon. Oh! It's chosen Wheelcoon. Wheelcoon has made itself a villain. Okay. I just love that. Like, Wheelcoon, it had the option to choose itself, and it decided to be the villain. It's like, oddly fitting though, honestly. Given the wheel chooses a lot of cruel things, which it has done in automation when I've let it build cars. And we've got a wizard or a witch. I don't know if I call Wheelcoon he. It could be a it could be like female. I don't know. I mean, I can change it, but I don't know. I guess you could say the gender's wheel. So I'm gonna go with not guy and a. I think it's best to balance it if I go with a wizard instead of a witch because we've got a queen, which is naturally female. Just to try and add some level of balance. I mean, it says wizard or witch, so it applies either way. Same basic idea. And, yeah, he's live. I've been live for 10 minutes and the mic was off for most of it. But it is on now. I could probably quieten the music a little. Yes, so I don't want that to cut into my voice too much, so little adjustment couldn't hurt. I think that's okay. Like, it's there, but my voice easily exceeds it for volume. Yeah. So we've got these to work with. I feel like we also need a trope, because as I say, I've got a reel of tropes. Hopefully try and get this working. I mean, as you'll see, they're different wheels, so that one doesn't display on the screen well at all. And I don't think I can scroll sideways either. What have we got? What trope have we got? Chosen one. Okay. This is, that's actually probably one of the easier ones to get working, if I am honest. The, what's it? The mech pilot was a chosen one. I don't know. So, I'll call this prompts, and I'll leave it for the, or maybe just wheel prompts. And I'll make that. Let's just make the stream look better by having a wheel that's actually centered. Anyway, so the wheel prompts. Yeah, I'll just put trope here so I don't get confused later on. There we go. So we've got these, we've got this basically. I'm going to have to turn this into a story somehow. Not so sure, but I'll make a few spaces so it's separated. Oh, I do love this keyboard. For a membrane keyboard especially. That's why I wanted to use it. I also have my RGB remote for the lighting up there. That's why it's green, because it's my colour. Anyway, so what have we got to work with? I'll just call it the beginning, because there's a hair stuck in there. The beginning. And I've not even spelt the beginning correctly. It doesn't matter. I can probably change that title later. No less. Yeah, so they're gathering, okay, in a small arcade, which is like, I don't know, slot machine place. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but I know it's a cliche, but once upon a time in a small local, I mean, I can type, I don't have to type so heavy-handed. There, a meeting? I don't know. People were gambling. Gambling their quarters. Many of them were a few dollars down. This is big stakes we're talking about here. Massive stakes, money-wise. We're a few dollars down from when they entered the building. Okay. As I say, I'm gonna have to make this work somehow. I've not set the scene very well. I could try and add to what's going on with the scene. So we've got, I don't know, the town was... What country could I have it located in? I don't know, I feel like just some English one. Where is a totally random place you would never find an arcade? I could just say like Manchester or somewhere obvious, but... An unsuspecting... I don't know. I guess I don't have to be too specific, but I just want to set the scene a little as to why, as to where it is and stuff. I don't have to go massively over the top, just enough that you understand what's going on. And I can't just assume the reader knows everything, because that's never going to work. So we've got, the town was located in an unsuspected... The town. The, arcade. Okay, I can fix that. Me head not be working as well as it should. The arcade was located in an unsuspecting small English town. I need a comma there. I mean, I should know after so many years how to actually write this stuff. Unsuspecting small English town. It was next to a... I can just go crazy with this. I probably shouldn't, but you know, it was next to a store. I'm going to put it next to a bank as well, because I think that would be kind of funny. A store selling pickles. I don't know why. It's selling nothing but pickles. All the pickles. All the kinds of pickles. Nothing but pickles. Why do I mention this? Why do I mention this? Ellipsis. No idea. It bears no I can make another wheel, honestly. But I don't really want to. It bears no importance to the plot whatsoever. Like, I can tie this together. The same story applies to the bank on the other side of the arcade. For now, that's enough. Like, we know it's an unsuspecting town. We've set the scene of where it's around. The story applies to the bank on the other side of the arcade. Yeah, like, I don't know why I'm writing about this. I just am, but it sets the scene anyway, so it's not totally irrelevant. It's just more comedic if I say I don't know what I'm writing. I'm just writing about this for no apparent reason. I think that's more comedic. The same story applies to the bank on the other side of the arcade. Hi, YS Books. On the Twitch side, I believe, because I'm also on YouTube. The wheel has decided stuff like that. So we've got the protagonists. I should put that, actually. This is the protagonist, and we've got the antagonists. As I've decided. I'm basically just trying to set it up what it's given me. So, got the small arcade. I'm trying to, like, somehow make that work. So that's what's going on here. Just trying to make the arcade actually, like, fit in. As the wheel has told me that's what's going on. I could ask 8-Ball. That would actually be kind of funny. If I asked that, like, what I'm allowed to write. But I think it'll be an extra layer. The arcade, yeah, so it was on the bank. It had a surprisingly, trying to think of a term, healthy. So yeah, there's the avatars as well, like you can change, have the Vocaloid pack on that. It had a surprisingly healthy influx of customers. Mainly, what do you call it? Mainly, withdrawing quarters. Because it's an arcade, so you just have, like, loads of people in the bank, which is conveniently next door withdrawing quarters. I think that makes sense for setting some kind of scene here. Mainly withdrawing quarters. The machines were surprisingly addictive. Almost as if they were cursed. Almost as if they were cursed. Perhaps that was... I love making fun of myself. The case. Or perhaps I am simply trying to increase the word count with minimal effort. There we go. Like, I feel like I like that self-depreciation of the whole thing. I don't know. Why is Twitch... Why is YouTube saying that? Ah, yes, because I started the stream. It had, like, a 1 on there. So, yeah. With minimal effort. So that's a thing. Yeah, so what have we got? Inside, we can start moving on to the protagonists. There was a great number of people often drunkenly fighting over slot machines. I don't know. I don't know if that would work. I could try it. Often, I know they often have like the little plushies and stuff you can win. Often waging war over who could get the... Wait, I need a really dumb thing to add. So I could try making another wheel here. But I don't know, like... I just don't know how I would add it, how I could incorporate it. The first thing, I just think of like Golden Freddy plushie because... I don't know, I'm pretty sure that was a thing in the game. And I think it's a fun little reference. Like, that's just the immediate thing I think of, so... Yeah, they're gonna have a Golden Freddy plushie, apparently. Like, I can't think of anything better that I can enter at this point. So it's gonna be a Golden Freddy plushie. However, in the back rooms, of course it's in the back rooms. I mean, not the literal back rooms, but again, I can, like, have a fun little reference there. However, in the back rooms, there was a... Right, so we've got one of the characters. So we've got a group of yes men, a demon. Now, how do I incorporate the yes men? Like, we know they're meeting in this small arcade, and because it's a small arcade, there is not a massive space. We do have the back rooms. I could make it like yellow wallpaper as well, so as it's not like the actual back rooms, but I think it would be amusing. There was a... So we can incorporate the demon here, I feel. Plotting, what if it was like some really bizarre ulterior motive? The demon is supposed to be the protagonist, so I don't want it to like appear too evil. But they have to plot something. Plotting to, yes, steal customers. For a competing business. Across the road. How evil. Across the road. I don't know, I think, like, I also have to manage the genders of the, characters, so I don't want it, like, too biased in one direction. It could be yes men or women, I just put yes men, but the problem was yes men or yes women, so just basically people who agree with anything you say, which would have kind of been better for a villain, but we have to make them the heroes somehow. So, and a mech pilot, The mech pilot has to meet, like, in the arcade. That's where they have to meet, because the wheel decided so, and we don't question the wheel. It might not work very well, at all, but we have to just do what it says. So, for a competing business across the road, I feel like I could go into a bit more, detail. Such backrooms were was a devious place was a most devious place to plan evil. Mainly because the unnerving yellow wallpaper and lack of security cameras made many uncertain about entering such a room. That aside, well, that and the fact that it's where the prizes were kept. That and the fact it's where the prizes were kept. Hence, off limits to the... Oh, it's, brought that menu up. The general public. Okay. So why there's a demon in a world that's off limits to the general public, I don't know. I mean, I can check if the Twitch chat is broken. Just check it's working. Yeah, it is. Because I didn't want to make sure it was like on this little window, which is not Twitch, but like bringing the Twitch chat in, and so I wanted to make sure it was working for definite. That and the fact is where prizes are at, hence off limits. Now, as I say, there's the gender. So we've got yes men, a demon, and a mech pilot. I think, well, the yes men are actually, I don't know. I might just have like a load of yes people. It'll balance up the gender, especially if it's just like a whole bunch of different people who don't really have their own characters. Like maybe some of them just have slightly different hair, and that's how you discern them from male or female. Like that's the only thing you've got. The female ones just have slightly longer hair, but they're all yes men. You know, they're all just like grey blobs. We don't know anything about them. All we know is that they agree with whatever's said. So, hence off limits to the general public. So, and then the demon can be... It's not a demon lord. I did have a demon lord as an option. It just chose a demon, so... You know, a lesser demon, I guess you could say, is supposed to be one of the protagonists. Now, what could I name her? I don't know. I think it needs to be like, I don't know, Diana. It begins with D, so... I mean, it works. It begins with D. So we've got that. Diana the Demon was... a rule breaker, though. I just love the comically evil nature. So, like, they're doing evil things, but they're not really that evil. Diana the Demon was a rule breaker, though. She dared to tread where others did not. Also, the staff were all preoccupied. And couldn't spare time to do anything about such a trivial matter. There is also a mech. It's not just the mech pilot, but I just put mech pilot because it was easier to add in. Also, the staff were all preoccupied and couldn't spare time to do anything about such a trivial matter. So I think if we have a space there... Backrooms were... I think... I put plan. But yeah, I think were is a better term, actually. It is correct about that much. So, yeah, I put demon properly and not misreading that. However, in the back rooms, okay. Yeah, I think that's a good place to space it out, because that's about where I start to introduce Diana the Demon. Which, yeah, I did choose a kind of ridiculous name, but no less. So Diana the Demon is about to commit some comical sins, I don't know. So... a group of yes people. That could kind of work better than the others, honestly. I'll add them last because I think that's easier. Well, like, just, should we spend money on these slot machines? Yes. There was also a mech pilot. How on earth are we supposed to make a mech pilot work? A demon was actually kind of easy. I've not gone into detail on the look or the character design or any of that with a demon. I think now we just have to get them introduced, and then we can, I don't know, they join together and we find out more details and stuff there. Again, it's kind of about setting the scene as well, not just introducing people. I'm going to make this work somehow. So, a mech pilot. I'm so used to, like, building the automation cars with, really awful wheel prompts, so I kind of get used to just making the worst things ever work. So we have got anything about such a trivial matter. Staff were preoccupied in. Yeah, so the mech pilot. For next, you know what, mech pilot. I don't know. I'll put a young mech pilot desperately fighting over. Well, actually, I don't have to say necessarily it's a mech pilot yet. I can leave that for a time. So, meanwhile, what I'm gonna say it. I don't know. I'll just put a child. I guess child can like insinuate anyone under 18, which mech pilots are sometimes portrayed as being so in these anime and stuff. So I can get that working, I think. Meanwhile, a child was busy fighting over the most desirable plush toy known to man. Meanwhile, a child was busy fighting. I don't know. I mean, I could put customer. Oh, actually, I could use my name. I make a cameo now, and Wheel-kun is the villain. That is perfect. I am just the mech pilot now, apparently. It happened. Meanwhile, some random guy was busy fighting over the most desirable plush toy known to man. Okay, what can I say about it? He'd spent many years scouring the interwebs to no end in order to locate one. All of his searching thus far, however, had led him to had led him down one-way streets. In this case, however, he performed. So how I'm going to make him a mech pilot, I'm not quite so sure yet. But I've incorporated him into the scene. That is something. In this case, however, he performed some investigative. That was what I was about to put. He performed some investigative reporting and unauthorized unearthed the how would I say unearthed the not inconceivable unearthed the wild concept that a random arcade in had a Golden Freddy I think you should have put in quotation marks. I think these ones I use like the single ones usually if it's been mentioned, but someone's not explicitly saying it. Had a Golden Freddy ripe for taking? I don't know. Had a Golden Freddy in prime. I'm trying to think in ready to retrieve. I don't know. Yes. Awaiting a new owner. He had to have it under any circumstances. By hi cat. Any means necessary. Yes, so the wheel has decided some stuff that I have to write. It has decided we have the protagonists, they're in a small arcade. There's a group of yes people, a demon and a mech pilot. And I don't know how exactly I'm going to get this working. I kind of am. But yeah, there's a group of yes people, as I say. The antagonists, they meet in a giant blue cardboard box. So the ones they've got to fight, this is where it gets interesting. There's a queen, Guycoin, and a wizard. Or that could also be a witch if I decide. So, you know, Guycoin has made itself the villain. And I mean, I always find that amusing because we all know Guycoin is actually evil. But the fact it would just explicitly say it and say, like, I'm the antagonist in this story. And then the trope is that, like, there's a chosen one or something like that. That was the trope it selected. I have to somehow incorporate that. Knowing how I am, I would just want to make it as, like, someone who just desperately wants to be, I think is that... Oh, yeah. Did I? No. I keep messing up these words. It fixed. Anyway. They're fighting over a golden Freddy, apparently. In this arcade, because it's the best thing I could think of. So, he had to have it by any means necessary. Which is the guy who's going to be the mech pilot. Unfortunately, he was not alone in such a sentiment. Many quarters had been shed in an attempt to acquire this. I think it is actually law in Five Nights at Freddy's that they're actually very flammable. So, I mean, I could try and incorporate that. Many quarters had been shed in an attempt to acquire this. Prize. Fiery passion filling the denizens' eyes. But the mech pilot wasn't like others. I put mech pilot, but we don't know that yet. But this guy wasn't like other men. Wasn't like other guys. He was determined. Maybe I could have some kind of automotive reference or something. The power of diesel, I don't know. I'll just put the power of 1,000 fiery suns. Fiery suns compelled him to lay acquisition upon the very... Somehow I feel like everything's gonna revolve around the Golden Freddy plush. I don't know. Stuff happens beyond my control. Anyway. Lay acquisition upon the very thing you live for. I don't know. Upon the upon his prized possession, he swore to own someday. They put priced, not prized. And then we have the I can actually ellipsis there. So next we have the yes man. Thankfully. Yes, this is tying together quite nicely actually. Thankfully. Along the way, this guy had discovered a group of fine folks who had agreed to help him. I put agreed, not agreed, to help him. No less. No less. The I've got to make this thankfully almond. A long. That's supposed to be a long, but I put almond somehow. Thankfully, along the way, this guy had discovered a group of fine folks who had agreed. This typing is really off. Had agreed to assist him in his quest. Assist him. I'll put him twice. Cresset. No, that's not crest. So, yeah. This guy had discovered a group of fine folks who had agreed to assist him in his quest. And I thought there was a volume dial on the headphones. I'm getting used to my Steel series from the other PC. That should work. So, this guy had discovered a group of fine folks who had agreed to assist him in his quest. I could probably turn the music down a little, actually, given my voice volume is not perfect. I think, should that work? I don't know. So, I think that'll work. Thankfully, along the way, this guy discovered a group of fine folks who had all agreed to assist him in his quest for reasons beyond his. I feel like I should give the yes men like names, the yes men and women names. For reasons beyond his comprehension. I could actually have two of them. I mean, a guy and a woman, and it would be... I could have four. I don't know. I feel like 3 is a good number. They're just a bunch of yes men. Who had all agreed to assist him in his quest. For reasons beyond his comprehension, they never asked any questions. Simply seems like I'm actually just painting the protagonists as villains, and that's not a great idea, I don't think. They never asked any questions, simply agreed to aid him in fulfilling his selfish desires. Okay, I think I've introduced them all in some sense of a word. They need to kind of find each other and move on now. So move on to some other place. I think 1, 2, 3, and then I'll just call it the meetup. Like, these titles are pretty dreadful, but they work for the time being until I can come up with something better. It's it was that Diana decided to escape the back rooms, because it's not the literal back rooms, but it's just a place with yellow wallpaper that are called the back rooms, because it's at the back of the arcade. It was at this point that Diana decided to escape the back rooms and reintegrate with society. They'd never realise that she was actually a demon. Especially now that she'd acquired a Hatsune Miku wig. Need to check the music is still able to work. That's a different playlist. There we go. So, yeah, she has acquired a Hatsune Miku wig. No, that's not Hatsune. Hatsune. I feel like I need some kind of dress or something that's a reference to somewhere. What wouldn't work with a Miku wig, I wonder? Like, just the worst disguise ever. Transformers Halloween costume. Ties into the whole mech thing, I guess. And a Transformers I think that works. Don't think Halloween needs to be capitalised. And a Transformers Halloween costume. Bizarrely, nobody noticed the how would I say it, poorly applied face paints, or even the, I think they're like goat horns they typically use on demons. Head, yeah. No one has noticed that she's a demon, somehow. So, it's a perfect disguise. I mean, everyone just sees a wig and they assume it's a real Miku. They never know. Now, the antagonists I've got, so I'm going to have to, like, shift to them eventually. Chosen one. Ah, here I can get the mech pilot thing working. She decided to act natural in the only way she knew how to. Diana decided to act natural in the only way she knew how to. By yelling conspiracy theories out loud. You, sir. She announced. pointing at the... pointing at the pursuer of plush. Confidently. I think I do need a comma there. I could actually put the pursuer of V plush. I think that'd still work. I would mess with that. The cable there is kind of slightly on the screen, but it's the one to the webcam, and I don't want to mess with that. I am here to fetch you. Oh yeah, got confidently there. Not sure why that's, how that got there. Because I've still got it there. It's not like I've cut and pasted or anything weird. I am here to announce to you that your... Stops it being as repetitive, I put your instead of you. That you're the chosen one. Naturally. Appeared confused. Thankfully, his group of followers were in absolute agreement. They're literally just going to say yes, because they are like yes men after all. Yes. They all... Can probably actually have a full stop there, because that's all they say and then it just ends. They all, they all said in unison, no character to their voices whatsoever. This was enough to convince him. This was enough to convince him. He was the one chosen to get the golden Freddy. Everyone else was nothing but a side character. Now I'm just making him sound evil. Oh, what happens when a demon is like the only normal one there in like a group of main characters? Kind of says a lot. Everyone else was nothing but a side character in his story. So, the mech pilot is now the chosen one. It's no one else. It's just the mech pilot, because stuff happened and now he is the chosen one. I just think I have a home button on this keyboard because 2000s. If I press that, I'm probably going straight to the Google page or something, or Yahoo, whatever I had. Is that the search? I don't know, there's keys up here. There is a mail key, I'm curious. Does that still open Microsoft Outlook, like, all these years on? Because this is from, like, the XP era, so... Now I'm just curious if that would actually work. I have a multimedia Dell keyboard as well, so... It would be curious to see how that reacts. I'm getting sidetracked. Diana was now unsure. Diana was now unsure exactly what was going on. Perhaps he was the main character. There, I can describe him more now, actually. So I've got more description in. I've also got more description on Diana. Like, we know she's got the Transformers Halloween costume and face paint and the goat horns and a Miku wig, of course. We know enough about her look, and it's just kind of happened. It's gone out as I've written. But the mech pilot, I can describe him a little now. Perhaps he was the main character. I'll give him the exact, like, anime main character form. A stick figure-like build. A stick figure-like build with... He needs, like, short black hair, because... That's what all male anime protagonists appear to have. So we're just going to make him like the template. Yeah, he's going to also have a black trench coat. Well, actually, no, let's make it dark grey so there's some contrast between the hair and the trench coat. Not a huge amount, but there is some contrast. And a dark grey trench coat. There we go. We have described the mech pilot. He doesn't look so much like a mech pilot, but I'm going for someone that looks like a anime main character, because they all look like that. And he is the main character. It's totally not main character syndrome. Okay, so we've got them. They've kind of like met in this arcade. We can move on when we've done the antagonists. So I'll just call it the antagonists meet. We'll find each other. I mean, as I say, I'll probably redo these so it makes a little more sense with the overall plot of the story. But the antagonists will be together. So in a giant blue cardboard box. Ah, yes. So we've got a queen. The queen is actually going to make things easy, because queens have power to, like, make people meet with them. So, you know, maybe it's a cop-out, but it works. Yes. The Queen's, what's it called? The Queen's Holiday House, or otherwise known as a giant blue cardboard box. She's rich, so she can afford these luxuries. Far off in a... I don't know, just let's say, I would say that, like, there is a queen in England, so I think I'll make it some other country. Or, you know, like, the start in England, but we can have them, like, find each other via some means. It's an arcade, so it's likely somewhat of a modern world. Maybe even 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, but it's still somewhat modern. Planes are probably a thing here. Or at the very least, trains. So, the antagonists find each other. Far off. Overseas. In a land called... You know, on a private island, I would say. I don't know, I guess technically if you own a private island, you can be the queen. But I guess it's like... I'm just going to call it France. So it's not France, it's the island is called France. Its queen lay... I don't know if in rate is a different thing. I'm going to use it anyway. For... upon her loyal subjects known as fronts. Its queen lay in wait upon her loyal subject. I don't know. I can just put lay awaiting. Lay awaiting her loyal subjects. For she had plans. Many plans. Not going to say what those plans are yet. We just know she has plans. So, who else have we got to work with? She's constructed a giant cardboard box. Wheelcoon. Wheelcoon, yes. Wheelcoon has made himself a villain. So, we'll work with that. And we've got either a wizard or a witch. So, we've got, 4. This was a special occasion. She was bound to celebrate, which she was bound to celebrate. Okay. So, I don't know what this occasion is. I'll have to make something up. I could bring pickles back. Because it's next to a pickle store, the arcade is, which I mentioned for no apparent reason. But I could say the pickle harvest was very fruitful that year. That is something to celebrate. I'd probably say it's a vegetable or something. I think pickles probably are a vegetable, but that makes it funnier. Calling it fruitful. That year's pickle harvest had been extremely fruitful. The export numbers were through the roof. A great number of them placed by one specific store in an obscure English town. Yes, I love how this is like actually kind of cohesive. Like, it's referenced something that just happened, like, a few paragraphs ago, but seems to have no relevance to the plot whatsoever. I've somehow managed to tie that in. And, I mean, it could just be, like, a running joke. Yeah, I think I could say were. Not what the autocorrect not what the, spell checker wants me to say, but a great number of them were placed by one specific store in an obscure English town. I wonder where that town is, kind of thing. So we have got that, and in an obscure English town. I need to clear my nose. Okay, I am back. Anyway, so yeah, the antagonist. We've got the Queen. The Queen was set to celebrate with her two most loyal subjects. I think I'd left 2 spaces there. Yeah, I did. Subjects who had supported her since before she even became queen. I feel like if she also like overthrew the previous royalty, that would kind of make it look like she's more evil, you know, if she just overthrew some king or queen that was ruling the world pretty peacefully. Because we want to emphasize she is evil. Back, then there was a good king known as... I need a dumb name. Royal Point. I don't know. Royal. I'm trying to make a play on Royal Pawn. Okay. I don't know. I feel like that's more of a queen name. But basically being like Royal Pain. Back then there was a good queen known as Royal Pan. She ruled the country fairly. I don't have to go too far in detail. I just have to say, like, she was a good queen. Everyone loved her. She ruled the country fairly, and the citizens loved her. I'd say, no, her subjects. And then to see, like, this next queen, she can have overthrown this queen. That's what part of the reason she's evil. Also, she like burned all records of this queen everyone loved. I mean, again, just trying to make her like seem super evil before we've even introduced the other characters. Spend all taxpayer money on clothes. She's like, yeah, all that matters is me. I'm spending all that money on clothes and jewellery. We're struggling for money. It's going straight to my clothes and jewellery. She ruled the country fairly, and the subject loved her as much as she loved them. That couldn't last. Make another space. For Queen, she needs a name, like at least a second name. For Queen, Queen Stabber, sure. I mean, why not? It fits her, and it's dumb enough. So, for Queen Stabber, this could actually make her like an evil sister for her. Again, like murdering her own sister, that makes her even more evil, I think. Like, not just overthrowing royalty. Just, again, as I say, trying to make her the most evil being ever. Like, this queen is meant to be a villain. So, why not lean into that? And I mean, it's going to be like to an absolute comic extent that no one is going to be that evil. There's always going to be an ulterior motive. No, this queen is just evil. So, for her sister, Queen Stabber. This simply wouldn't do. Queen Stabber is like... Queen Stabber was, mad that... Actually, I don't have to have Queen there, necessarily. Actually, yeah. She's not the Queen yet, at this point. I need to work that in. Sly Stabber. No, because, like, okay, Stabber has to be the first name in order for this to work. Stabber McClaw. No. Stabber Pan. Okay. For her sister, Stabber Pan, this simply wouldn't do. Stabber was mad that. Not only had her sister spent far too long, how would I say it, helping the poor and needy. Because, yeah, of course, like, make her sister, like, the perfect individual. And then she's so evil that she just, like, overthrows her. So, helping the poor and needy. And no time whatsoever buying fancy decorations for the palace. Eventually, the rage got the better of Stabber, and she did to the Queen the only thing that she was good at. Stabbing. A royal stabbing, yes. A royal stabbing. A jolly, actually, that's better. A jolly old poke. And she did, I don't know, I could just say her sister, because it is canonically that. And she, and she provided her sister with the best gift she could manage. A jolly old stabbing. Well, I mean, hey, she's called Stabber Pain. Of course she's going to, of course she's going to commit some stabbing. So... this wouldn't be possible without the scheming of her tactician Guycoin. Yeah, honestly, the hero main characters, like, I weren't so sure about. The villains, it's perfect. Like, it just created such good villains. I wouldn't have expected it, but, like, it's created such a good combination of villains. This wouldn't have been possible. Without should be one word. Without the scheming. Oh, I could just put without her scheming tactician, Guycoin. without her scheming tactician, Guycoin. And her... trying to think now. And her... what was the other one? I need to think. Okay. The wizard. So yeah, they know each other before, basically, but they're going to meet in a giant blue cardboard box. I'm going to honour that, but these three are always going to know before. Like, as I say, the Queen has connections. The Queen is always bound to have connections. And we need a wizard. Wizard turncoat. Yes, and her, mage turncoat. I don't know. I think just wizard turncoat kind of works. It's like, it's almost like a legitimate wizard, but it basically means someone who's going to turn their back on you. Yeah, let's call him Loyal. And her loyal mage. Wizard turncoat. Because, like, turncoat and loyal, they're kind of opposites. I don't know. I think it's going to work. How many words am I at, I wonder? Because, like, how long am I in? About an hour or so? Tools. There's got to be word count. 852. Hey, I could probably get 1,000 words today. Not much, but you know, it's going to be some semblance of at least the first part of a story. And I don't think it's going to particularly need editing. It's not going to be like the best, but I think it's still like fan fiction level, which for what this is good enough. Yes. And then I can just add a little context about what she did after she was queen. Once, what was it called? Stabber. Once Stabber, she quickly, yes, that's a good way of putting it, I think. She quickly, shifted public spending to her wardrobe. And acquired. Yeah, like, she didn't even necessarily buy these statues. Many. Even statues. I'll just call them fine art pieces. Because that kind of includes statues and stuff. As well, actually, well, speaking about statues. As well as a... as well as a statue of herself in every single town on the... I guess it's quite a large island if there's multiple towns. Of course settlements, because it's not just towns like the cities or that. I don't have to put every single one. I need to just put every settlement. As well as a statue of herself. On every settlement or in every settlement? At every settlement, maybe? Or within? Within every settlement on the island. I think that's the best word I can think right now. This queen is super evil. Of course she's evil. She hires Guycoin and Wizard Turncoat. You see, like, I can just make these evil really easily. Or at least appear evil. Spend a little more time on the queen, because she's like the one that holds everything together and like ties the other two characters in. So, kind of important I spend time on explaining her. But this is the introduction, basically, to the characters. I mean, I could develop the design a little more. We don't know much about the mech pilot, I don't think. I know he's got the typical anime main character stuff. I think we know enough about that. We haven't described too much about the characters. You know, from the Queen, she spent a lot of money on clothes, so you know vaguely the idea behind her. That kind of explains, I think, the most crucial parts of her character. And the fact that she's, like, stabby. Guycoin, I feel like I could have fun with the description of Guycoin. I do also have to incorporate the blue box they meet in the blue cardboard box. And we know that the Queen is not wise with how she spends money, so... again, that, like, ties in. why she would just buy a massive cardboard box. Specifically for this occasion. I could, you know what, I could just have it so she like takes a name of the other queen. Queen Pan. Actually, that kind of works. Queen Pain. She like literally just took the same name her sister was using, kind of thing. Specifically for this occasion, Queen Pan bought herself a giant blue cardboard box. The perfect place to hold secret meetings. I feel like it would also be funny if it was like colour matched chairs that they have. And like even though they're royalty, they'd like sit on literal plastic school chairs. Ugh, getting flashbacks now, it seems we're not comfortable. Specifically for this occasion, Queen Pan bought herself a giant blue cardboard box. The perfect place to hold secret meetings. I do want to hit 1,000 words though. Like 903, okay. I shouldn't obsess over word count too much, but if I can hit 1,000, I'll settle for that. Like I have done a thing. I have put something into the world. Specifically for this occasion, Queen Pan bought herself a giant blue cardboard box. The perfect place to hold secret meetings. Given the nature of such a box, it was the price was far beyond reasonable. As you can imagine, trying to make it structurally work, it's probably possible, but making it all with cardboard would not be easy to get structural at that size. It was far beyond reason. Queen Pan, however, had to have it at any cost. I don't know if I need a comma. Queen Pan, however, had to have it at any cost. I think that works. I'm feeling quite happy about this story, honestly. The start, I wasn't so sure. It was harder. This is coming naturally, so at least the villain kind of arc, what do you call it, is easy enough. So, Wheel Coon and Matt. Yeah. The chairs as well also. Wait, I've had something to look up. A Little Tykes, Little Tykes dinner set or something. It has to exist. I don't know. I'll have to see. It's like a toddler tea set kind of thing. Should probably have a giant version of that, if there is one. I'll put toddler table and chairs. See what I can find. Okay, there's wooden ones, but it has to be like school seats, I think, because as I say, those things, from what I remember, are not comfortable at all. So of course, it's perfect for royalty. It would be. Naturally, I will actually, I think before the stream I'll get to roll some more wheel stuff for setting and stuff. What I could actually do, I could have like disposable comic relief characters that I can add. It's just something to give the wheel a bit of a choice over. well, characters that won't necessarily last because they're not the main characters, but they will have their place. Like, you know, either they'll be there for comedy or they will betray the main character or something like that. The price was far beyond Queen Pan, however, had to have it at any cost. Naturally, she wasn't one to settle. Oh, what if we made it beige? She's truly evil. Even when she has a brightly coloured box, she has to do interior design. That's beige. Naturally, she wasn't one to settle for a box without furniture. So she elected to have a triplet of beige school chairs. Neatly paired up to a wooden school desk. Only on her seat, though. Only for her seat, though. That's how evil she is. She doesn't even give her subjects a desk. That's, like, genuine evil, I think. Forget everything she's done before. She didn't give her subjects a desk. Like, seriously. How evil can you be, Queen Pan? Very evil, apparently. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the meeting. Meeting proceeds. Okay, we've got the meeting going on. Yes, progress is being made. The meeting proceeds. Queen Pan had some serious matters on mind. Yes, perfect. I'm thinking of the old references, but it's too perfect. Such as her white and gold or blue and black. I will tie this in, honestly. Given her, I don't know what to call it, colour blindness. I mean, there's like, I think absolute colourblind where you can't see colour, but I'll call it partially. Because I'm not sure it's like the accurate term, but I think it's close enough. No, I don't want to type colour the American way. My way is better, given her partially colourblind nature. She struggled to tell the difference. Okay, plot development, character development. We now know that the Queen is partially colourblind. That kind of just happened because it's convenient. I mean, again, you're not supposed to follow whatever's most convenient because it often doesn't produce the best results. But okay, we're pretty much at 1,000 words, as I say. I'll be happy with that. I'll save it, actually. I think if there's a save. Now, I think it automatically saves and that's all you got. Okay, so colourblind nature. She struggled to tell the difference. I think that's decent. Given her partially colourblind nature, she struggled to tell the distance. Yes, and my head is not catching up. But this is fun at least. I mean, I've probably got half an hour or so left. As I say, I will get another wheel prompt in. I have time for that. Wheelcoon said 1. Yeah, that's like a running joke. Mainly on the gaming channel, but they choose as 1 too much. Wheelcoon, no, actually, instead of 1, I've got to try and make this work, so I'm going to just say the first option. Wheelcoon was sure in his answer. The first option. This was what Queen Pan liked about him. This was exactly what Queen Pan liked about him. He got straight to the point. Yeah, so it's like that would mean he's basically saying he's white and gold, but it's a wheel, so like that's the closest he can get to a wheel, just saying 1 at everything. Because I've used it for numbers, like there's not really a 1 here, but there is numbers you can choose. Wheelcoon was sure in his answer, the first option. This is exactly what Queen Pan liked about him. He got straight to the point. With no fluff. And then we've got Queen Pan. Yes. Just trying to think. This was exactly what she liked. Okay, I got that. What's it? Wizard Turncoat? Wizard Turncoat was the... I mean, I've got everything the wheel wanted here, I think. So, you know, I wouldn't say this is 100% finished, but I've got what the wheel has asked for in some form or another. The first part, as I say, was quite tricky, but I kind of managed to tie it together. As I say, it's gonna have to be worked on later to fully fix everything, but it exists. So, Wizard Turncoat was the next to respond. Wizard Turncoat has to say something. What would he say? Personally, yeah, I think it's both. No, not quite that. Hi again, Cat. I'm having a reference. It's like the queen is now apparently the evil queen is colorblind, and so she doesn't know if her dress is like white and gold or blue and black. So she has to ask Wheelcoon and Wizard Turncoat. I mean, that happened. Wheelcoon made itself a villain, as I say, which I do find very amusing. What's the next one? Personally, I think it's blue and gold. Because Wizard Turncoat, I feel like he should be totally sus about everything. Now the queen, what would she do in such a situation? She just like, after getting this massive blue cardboard box manufactured to have a meeting in, she just like stomps off. Never! Queen Pan let out a blood-curdling scream. I'm going to my room. She was mad. No, what was it? I can just put she. It's easier than typing out the whole thing. She was mad. Really mad. You people don't understand me. You people don't understand me. Now, what did she say? After I bought you both cereal bars as well. And that was that. The meeting had finished. So we've got that location done. I can add more with the wheel, with like what it adds for location. So I can call that 1, and then I can go make some more wheel prompts. Yay. See what chaos the wheel causes. So we have got yeah, I've got the different wheels. Gonna have a change of location first, I think, for both groups. I'm about 1,000 words. For art, sometimes, honestly, sometimes just do dumb, low-quality art, I'd suggest. Just whatever works, just do some dumb, low-quality art. Sometimes it just, honestly, works the best. And it's easy. Wait, Jim, I think, okay, I was messing around with this before. I had like 3 just random names on. I think that's where that came from. Yeah, Jim and Todd. It chose that, like, instead of the locations. Because I was just messing around with this, making sure it showed up properly on stream. Okay, they're going to a campsite. And there'll be someone they can meet. So I can remove that location so it doesn't duplicate it. Who will they meet at the campsite? Yeah, Jim. I mean, I think I added like just 3 random names I could think of, and I added them in here. And the location ended up being Jim apparently because it was just there. I didn't remove it when I added it, when I like copied and pasted all the stuff in from my documents of all the various characters and locations and stuff. At a campsite, they meet a knight. Now it's just making rhymes. Sometimes the wheel does things, and it's like they're so comical. It literally made a rhyme with the location and the character, and that's not unintentional at all. I mean, it's not like an exact rhyme, but in terms of the overall sound, the characters don't line up, I mean, but the sound does. So then we've got, I'll put it here, protagonists. I do like my old Microsoft keyboard. So we've got, what location next? Where is the Queen going? I think this could be pretty amusing. Oh dear. Oh dear. The Queen is going to a jail cell. This is going to get amusing and fast. So. Like, I wasn't exactly sure how I was going to do this, but I like it. At a jail cell. I mean, it's not necessarily in the jail cell. I'll work it out later on. It's just at somewhere around or at a jail cell. At a jail cell, they meet. The wheel did also choose itself to be a villain. I like that. Like, that's probably my favourite thing of the entire randomization, that the wheel made itself a villain. So we've got a prince. They meet a prince at the jail cell. No kidding, like the wheel is cooking with the villain arc here. Like the Queen, we know the Queen is kind of evil, but they meet a prince at a jail cell. I mean, this could have so much depth to it. That's not even a bad prompt in the slightest. It's not got a Nintendo lawyer yet. A Nintendo lawyer would have been pretty good as a villain, honestly. So, at a campsite, they meet a knight. There's a bunch of yes men as well. Like, they're the protagonists. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. A bunch of yes men are the ones who are apparently going to save us from this evil queen. More protagonist stuff. Because, as I say, these titles are just garbage, but I can rename them. Easier than trying to do it all now and just messing it up. More protagonist stuff. So, yeah, at the campsite they meet a knight. It's not a trio because there's a bunch of yes men. So, I don't know. Actually, I've worked out how I can tie the whole mech pilot thing into it. Because we've got like this stereotypical anime main character build. I'm thinking how to tie the mech thing in. I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with you. The truth is, I am a mech pilot. Just something like that. So, I know the demon is called Diana, so... Diana, Golden Freddy's biggest fan, I'll just call it for him for now. I mean, I think, like, what was it? Evangelion? I think there is, like... Is it Shinji or something? I'll have to look up the name exactly, but... I think I'll just name him after that and, like, steal that name. Because as far as I know, if it's just a normal, Japanese name, they can't copyright it or anything. As long as I'm not referring to their exact character. Diana, Golden Freddy's biggest fan, and his... and his merry band of followers. All agreed that it would be a good idea to go to a campsite. I'm honestly thinking that the mech pilot guy, I'm thinking he just said, should we go to a campsite? And all the yes men was like, yes. Because they say yes about everything. And then even if Diana tried to resist it, she wouldn't have had any hope. Because there's so many yes men just standing around there following him for no reason whatsoever. They're just yes men, so they do that kind of thing. After all, via some means, via some slightly less than legitimate means, the Golden Freddy plush had finally been acquired. And he is also the chosen one. I mean, there was actually a trope wheel as well. I can try and factor that in. I've used it first, so I can... Yeah, that's chosen one. I can try and add the, add a trope to this next part of the story. So, let us see. Yeah, I've probably got like 20 minutes or so to do this stuff. Which is enough to get something thrown together. Enemies to lovers. Okay. Okay, this is going to be something. But where's the enemies? I could make... You know what? I could make a tsundere knight. I think that would be pretty funny. So, yeah. enemies to lovers. I'll make a tsundere knight because I think that'll be pretty funny. Okay. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, that's it. Shinji. I'll put that there. You can say it to the yes men, actually. The guy he's lied about his entire identity as well, apparently. That's the thing now. And, okay, the guy turned towards his followers. And should I put the guy? I guess so. I'll just put he. He turned towards his followers and uttered words of uncertainty. Well, not uncertainty. Of regret, I guess. I regret to inform you I am not actually... Now, whose identity wouldn't you steal? I guess, like... Whose identity, I wonder? Like some really tiny YouTuber with like 2 subscribers or anything. I'm not actually, I'm not actually Mr. Beast. Yes, a tiny YouTuber. He just fakes being Mr. Beast. I am not actually Mr. Beast. I'm a mech pilot known as... just try and find the name again. Yeah. Shinji. Yeah, I think I've written that correctly. And I'm not actually, so he just lied to people and told them he was Mr. Beast. Oh, that could never backfire. I could actually have some of his followers leave, but then some of them are just like yes men, and so they're not necessarily all yes men, but the ones that stay are yes men. I think that's a way of making sense of it. Just like looking for someone to follow, because I feel like there are some people out there who just look for someone to follow and follow along with. I am a mech pilot known as Shinji. Many of his followers appeared traumatized by this revelation. However, 3 of them stayed without asking us so much as a single question. Just, I like this whole thing. Like he claimed he was Mr. Beast. Like, that's a bold claim to make. I mean, maybe they both have black hair, but there's not going to be a whole lot between them that's like that close. And wait, what? The headphones don't stay on that Among Us correctly. I've just realised. Hi, chomps. I'm being slow. Anyway, yeah, the wheel chose a bunch of stuff, and it's like the protagonists have to be a group of yes people, a demon, and a mech pilot. And I'm like, how did this guy get people to follow him? He probably just pretends he's Mr. Beast. Like, makes enough sense, I guess. But because it's a mech pilot, I just called him Shinji. Hi, Cat. You have found the other side, I see. My name is Mr. Beast, and today we're playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Did he actually play Five Nights at Freddy's? It doesn't seem like the kind of thing he would do. But then at the same time, I mean, if it gets him followers, I could see him doing it. All the numbers and that. Yeah, he does like the... He is like chasing this golden Freddy plushie, and that's how he somehow ended up with a demon and all the other Yes people that follow him in his quest for the golden Freddy plushie, which was probably taken out of circulation because it's set on fire. Like, I think that's actual canon, but there's one left in this arcade, and he's desperate to get it. So, however, the three of them stayed without so much as a single question. Excellent. So, oh yeah, I mean, I suppose the thing I was saying, I didn't imagine him playing it, but it's somewhat possible. Wait, we've got two Among Us now. We've got the two Among Us. I mean, yeah, honestly, I just thought it would be fun. Like, the wheel has chosen a bunch of stuff, and it's like, honestly, with the villains, I should mention that the villains are antagonists as it is. It was actually extremely kind with that, and it's really been cooking with that because it said in a giant blue cardboard box, a queen, Wheel Coon, as I call the wheel, and a wizard met together. Now, this is perfect because the wheel literally made itself one of the villains. Like, I love how it did that. Like, the wheel is one of the main villains in the story. And I made a joke also because on the other channel, or technically the same one on Twitch, it's, the wheel has, chosen #1 a lot. So then we have her saying, is my dress white and gold or blue and black? Because of, like, the meme a long time ago. And she's now partially colourblind since I decided that would work. And it's like, then she just has a tantrum and walks off. And that's how that scene ends. So, yeah, stuff happened. And then I've got, yeah, they meet a prince at the jail cell. Like, as I say, with the whole villain arc, it's actually really been cooking. The hero, I don't know, they meet a knight at a campsite. So, at this point, the way I've worked it out is all the yes men just get this not Mr. Beast guy to go to a campsite, and the demon can't really hesitate because can't really stop it because majority vote and all that. So yeah, a lot of stuff is going on. It's just very fun, I find. And I mean, I've got a whole number of like different things I can add in to the location. I've got, I think this is the different characters I can add on now, and then I've got a wheel of locations as well. And I've got a wheel of tropes which I use, which doesn't really show up that well, but it is there. So yeah, a lot of stuff happened. Now we need to go to a campsite. Oh, also, it has chosen this. I didn't mention it, but they chose enemies to lovers. That's the trope we have to follow now. So yeah, the demon basically said this mech pilot guy, that's not Mr. Beast, is the chosen one. So like, he's the one that everyone has to follow. Which they're doing anyway because they're a bunch of yes men, but that's besides the point. So yeah, they the campsite was strange. The campsite was quiet. Too quiet. Mainly because it was the winter season where less people go on holiday. Yeah, wait, honestly, that could work. A radio mech. I can see that working actually incredibly well. I think I need a comma here. But I could actually see a radio mech working, because if you have the, what's it? There's the stereo speakers on the side you could have. I don't know, like, I've got this Iwi unit. It's got these stereo speakers on the side and on both sides. Like, I can't really demonstrate it. Like, there's the stereo speakers, and then on the top there's, like, little tweeters. So they could be, like, shoulder pads that are tweeters. I can actually see that working quite well. I mean, I get obsessed with this being nerdy and all this stuff, but anyway. The campsite was too quiet, the campsite was too quiet, mainly because it was a winter season where less people tend to go on holiday. I could add a bit of context there. The less people tend to go on holiday. For some reason, though. Yeah, no comma. I don't know. Where did I put the comma? I mean, I put quiet to quiet because I want the gap, honestly. You could say, like, it was quiet to quiet, but personally, I like the spacing. I mean, it's probably legitimate to not have a comma there. I personally like it. Myself. Mainly because it was the winter season, where less people tend to go on holiday. For some reason, though. I put fort, not though. For some reason, though, there was a big old robots. Ah, yes. But the fate of the world depends on it. You must get into... No, what's it say in a Yoda voice? Get into the robot, you must. The robot requires you, it does. I'm terrible at a Yoda accent. But anyway. Ah, yes, so... Oh, wait, I just realised it's got Twitch and YouTube in the same window. But yeah, it is... I have it... A Gito poses? I don't know. I'll look that up. Maybe I'll regret it, but anyway. Oh, yeah, I see that. I don't know how you do that with emojis. Seems pretty complicated. Yeah, where's the window? There it is. Has the music gone off? I gotta check this stuff. No, it still seems to be running. Okay, so for some reason though, there was a... Now it's going to be like a pseudo A night, because this has to work. But I feel like, what if you just got sent through a time hole or something into the present day? Because you don't normally see knights nowadays. I mean, the modern equivalent is probably a soldier, but it didn't say soldier, so... For some reason, though, there was a man in a full suit of armor. Yeah. To quite honestly, I'm just using what comes to mind to tie it together. Yeah, I mean, it did bring it up when I typed Gito. I don't know. I think there's that guy. What do you call it? Gojo, I think, which every woman in existence seems to like. I can't explain it. It seems like every woman in existence seems to like Gojo. Like, I don't get it myself, but it just seems to be a thing I notice. There's a man in a full suit of armor. Wait, for some reason though, there was a man in a full suit of armor in the center of the campsite, which could also be a battlefield in his world or something, but somehow he ended up in the modern day. I mean, it's not going to work exactly, but I think it should be funny enough just seeing him completely confused. He looked dazed and confused by this entire... Yeah. I mean, it does seem to be a trend. Like, there's a lot going on, but it's like, I'd say I don't know where the Gojo love came from. Like, every single woman on the internet seems to like him. I mean, maybe I don't understand it because I'm not a woman. Maybe that's how it works. He looked dazed and confused by this entire reality. Where is my queen? Which also kind of ties in, although it's a completely different queen, just to mess with a plot line. Unfortunately, nobody answered his plea. Mainly because they felt safer inside their fiberglass boxes than outside with a lunatic waving a sword around. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is a fun challenge. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I can put it on Twitch, but there is like a whole list I've got of various things. I mean, I could put it on the Discord I have. Like, if you want the link to that, I can go and retrieve it. But there is my Discord. I could put a bunch of stuff on, a whole list on to just copy and paste. 'Cause it's easier than writing the whole thing out of characters and everything. And, yeah, I can get the link if it's needed. Safer inside their fiberglass boxes than outside with a lunatic waving a sword around. Yeah, so that's what the knight is doing. No less, he couldn't evade? No, escape or evade. No, I think just escape. His urge to fight. Especially in the name of his queen? Presumably someone who he looked up to on the battlefield. You know what? Because I've got like a female demon, I feel it would be funny if I had the knight fall in love with her. But it's like a tsundere, so it's like enemies to love her and all that. The closest I can get working. Ah, yeah, the comma thing. I mean, I will hear it. I mean, I could be messing up. It's just that's how I feel it should be. Because I think the way it is, comma is like a space. And I think semicolon is between a full stop and a comma, as far as I can tell. I don't use them so much, though. But I feel like if you kind of want a full stop, kind of want a comma at the same time, I think that's where you use one. Yeah. So, presumably, someone who he looked up to on the battlefield. Only it wouldn't last. Because this guy's like going crazy and swinging his sword around. And then we get these people alive. Like, we know his queen has gone. We don't know a whole lot about that. But I'll try and explain in the coming paragraphs how, you know, he doesn't recognise this world at all. Like, there is a knight there. A knight has appeared here somehow. I'm already apparently 2 hours into the stream. I mean, I can return later, like, if I get my food and then return. It is a possibility. So, presumably someone who we looked up on to on the battlefield. Yeah, the yeah, partial and amendments and stuff. Yeah, to like stitch the two together. I mean, I don't use semicolons too much, but I like to believe I know how to use them. Perhaps not so much, but... So, presumably, someone who he looked up to on the battlefield. Only it wouldn't last. That actually seems to just, yeah. Music has stopped again, and I'm being dumb. Oh. Right, I'm going on Gran Turismo music. The playlist just ran out. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't know how long I'll be doing this for, because I usually eat about 4:30 to 5 as it is. That's about 20 minutes-ish from now. So I could come back after that, but yeah, usually I'll stream until then-ish. I mean, I don't stream so much on, oh yeah, the avatar. It's, Something like this. I wonder if it still does the Sakura thing on here, because it was like controlling the YouTube bot through this. I mean, I have the Vocaloid pack, and I have like Cheese, Sakura, and Pearella, which is literally like my version of Pearto. They're the ones I have, like... Yeah, so I am a Sakura. Is there like 2 of me? No, I don't think there is. So Avatars is working in that regard. And I've lost my chat window. You have to put like the name after the avatars, and then it works fine. It's like the standard stream avatars thing. So again, I can go change it to I'll go avatars Pearella. That's one of my ones that I made. Because I did some things. Presumably, someone who you looked up to on Battle, only it wouldn't last for a bunch of... not lunatics. For a group of people would enter the campsite for unfathomable reasons. The avatars, there's a template, I think. It's like, there's one on itch.io I used for the Sakura. So, I'll try and find it, actually. I don't know if it'll allow me to add links, but, if it allows me to add links on, like, the stuff. Like, this, I think, is the one I used for Sakura. Which is, like, pretty basic, but it'll do the job. So, yeah, it should put that on all platforms. Like, that's, itch.io. And that's the one I was using to make the original Sakura. Or you can just, like, steal someone's sprite sheet. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does add the link now. I don't know about Twitch. Like, I know YouTube does it because I've been on there for longer, but I am also on Twitch, so yeah, it's... I mean, I can't really do Twitch on the gaming channel because of the bitrate and stuff. I use a higher frame rate there, and it will just destroy my internet connection, but for this, for the art stuff and the writing stuff, it works. So, only it wouldn't last. For a group of people would enter the campsite for unfathomable reasons. I feel like, at this point, I feel like the demon would just start, or Diana would just start calling the guy Mr. Beast for a joke. Even though he's not actually called Mr. Beast. Ah, yeah, so, I think it might have gone on Twitch. Yeah, the, should be the same name for it. There's like a male and a female one, so if you go on there, it gives you all the major poses. I don't think you have to use the last 2 or 3 lines, but you just do that. I think there's also you don't have to get it, but there is a, what do you call it, some pixel art program, which I'm forgetting right now, but that you can get. I just use Clip Studio Paint, so if you know what you're doing and you trace over it, essentially, you can do that. It's easy enough if you use a template. Granted, I have tried to start making better avatars, and I've had to make that myself. Without a template, per se, but just, like, stealing the poses. Because that's how it animates. It, like, animates by running along the lines. And each line is, like, a different animation. So you might have, like, walking, sit, maybe stand, I don't know. Like, there's specifics on how to do it. I can't remember right now. But that's basically how it does it. Almost like an animation wheel. What time have we got now? Yeah, I'm on all for chat. I wanted to make sure I wasn't just stuck on YouTube or something. Only it wouldn't last, for a group of people would enter the campsite for unfathomable reasons. Say, Mr. Beast, when are you getting the new video out? Like, at this point, she's just mocking him. Like, she knows he's not really Mr. Beast. He literally just said that, but she's just gonna, like, mock him for that. She also has a Hatsune Miku wig and a Transformers Halloween costume. Like, that's how she hides her identity and no one realises she's a demon. Because I just wanted two things that, like, wouldn't work together at all, so that's where the combination came from. So Diana said, mocking the... Yeah, I think I have a comma for a space. Yeah. I've used presets. I mean, I don't know. There is latency on mine. Don't know. I don't know if it's any better with the like stream. What do you call it? Stream bot. Chat window. It does allow me to see both Twitch and YouTube, so that's very useful for me. Doesn't it work? Oh, I have to correct that. I'm sure that worked. I've got to find something. I'll try and get it on YouTube. So now I might have to like switch account and everything. I can try. Cortido E7400, which is like the gaming side, and I just like combine them on Twitch because it was easier. Cortido E7400 wheel build, that should bring up the channel. There we go. I can maybe find it from here. I'll try and put it in the chat for now. Like, I have no idea if this is actually going to work, but that's the link I used on my browser to bring it up. If it works, then that's brilliant, but I don't know for certain if it will. And then I'll try and update it later in the channel description. It's just this is convenient right now. Say, Mr. Beast, when are you getting the new video out? Diana said. Mocking, I always forget how to pronounce Shinji? I think I've got it correct. Yes, so... Oh, yeah, I mean, English is, something. Believe me, I'm not good. Like, I was in school. I failed English twice. I just do this because I enjoy it, honestly. And I've got, like, I've done some drawing for my story that I'm working on now. Like, I just enjoy the stuff. I also got a U in art, but I try doing art anyway. So it's strange how things work out. I mean, you know. Like, as I say, I've been doing this writing stuff for years. Like, ever since I was in school. My first story, I will admit, was hot trash. And I kind of don't even want to touch that thing. The second one was better, and I do need to go back to it at some point. But yeah, it's like... It's just, things can get harder. Like that, but I feel as long as there's hands, you can write, and... It's possible to at least make something, even if it's not that great. And it does give me a certain sense of satisfaction. I mean, I don't know, like, this keyboard, I know they had them at my school when I went. That's why I like this thing. It's kind of nostalgic, this Microsoft keyboard. Little membrane keyboard. I do like it, though. Membrane keyboards were nicer. And I'm getting sidetracked. I get sidetracked by all this stuff. Say, Mr. Beast, when are you getting a new video out? Yeah, I mean... Oh, that does sound hard, like losing information. I mean, I don't know, like, as I say, all I do is try and work. So, all I do is just try and work on this stuff. Because That's all I can do. Like, having a project, as I say, it does just feel good. I mean, I'm not great at writing, and I won't pretend I am, but at least, you know, I would never use the AI stuff. That's just not good at all. That's why I use a wheel. Like, if I'm honest, the whole wheel thing I've got here, I use that because it gives me ideas. And often, it sounds crazy, but the wheel is actually somewhat creative, just with its absolute randomization, in a way that the whole AI stuff could never be. So yeah, and that's the other thing, like, even the worst human writing, I think, is still better than any AI writing. Oh, wait, Armor 3 taking like 2 hours. I mean, my winter car, that downloaded in like, no kidding, that downloaded in like 10 or 15 minutes, and I don't have great internet, so. Yeah, games, why do they have to be so massive nowadays? I need to try and get back to writing this anyway. Yes, maybe I should have him lose it. I don't know, he's a mech pilot, so. I could. It was just like terrible writing, but I think I'm just having it say, I am angry. The comma. I mean, the comma is interesting because it does definitely help, I feel, break stuff up. It's like what I've got there. Diana said, mocking Shinji. If that was all one thing, I just don't feel it would flow as nicely. Sometimes, honestly, sometimes with this, I just have to feel it. It's like, if I don't feel out the whole, if I don't just feel out how it sounds, how it feels, and that's why it also helps to read it. Like, if you just see the text and see a wall of text, but if you read it out, you actually kind of get an idea what it says. Also, if the bitrate's low, it helps kind of people understand what text is written on the screen. I don't know, I've got it like, it's that big on my second display, so I can't see the OBS window all that well, but I just know it's there. Set up the mods. Yeah, mods can be difficult. I mean, speaking, my winter car, you know, my winter car was crazy. In like the first 1.5 weeks, they went through 3 different mod loaders. And it's like, as I was trying to get mods, it was a nightmare. The exact words. The trying to understand this for a moment. But the first part, independent clause. Yeah. I mean, it's I can't understand most of this stuff honestly, but subject, verb, and predicate. I mean, I'm probably misreading that, but yeah, so it's like, that's 3 things, isn't it? It's like list of 3. I don't know if that was intentional, but like list of 3 does generally work. I think that's why I end up having like 3 yes men, at least in my head if I've not written it down. Say Mr. Beast when you're getting a new video out. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot with games, honestly. Radio system. Yeah. The complicated plugins and stuff. Yes, some of this stuff, it looks like snowballs. That you touch one thing in the game and it gets crazy. Yeah. So the comma joining things. I remember about the comma splice. I never understood that. Like, I think I looked it up once and it didn't bring anything up. So that's always like confused me. I know you're not supposed to use them too much. Yeah, joining 2 independent clauses. That might be what you use full stop for, or to an extent semicolon. Same as this. I keep reading the same thing over and over. I am angry. I like that line. That line is just so badly written, but it's kind of funny. I am angry. Shinji said, Shinji solidly. And that's alliteration. Shinji shiny. No, I misspelt that. Shinji solidly stated. I read it. Yeah, too quiet is a minor sentence, meaning it makes sense that it was a grammatically correct independent clause or sentence. Yeah, so that makes sense. So it's like it shouldn't make sense, but it does kind of thing. I just, honestly, as I say, I just, like, felt it when I read it. I felt having it as one term didn't quite flow. Like, that's what I say. It does help just reading this stuff out, even if it's, even if it doesn't make sense at first. I mean, as I say, my first story I wrote, that was actually hot trash. I'm scared to go back to that. That was all those years ago, though. I mean, I think I have touched it in, like, the last 10 years once, and I'm like, I'm not going back to this. It's so badly written, it scares me. I am angry, Shinji solidly stated. At this point, like, I feel Diana is getting this mocking nature, so yeah. I've already got mocking, so sarcastically is another way, I guess. Diana responded sarcastically. Yeah, then you'd need to, yeah, rework it or add it. Yeah. Wait, is that like a question mark face? I don't think I've seen that before. Unless it's like some equation. If that's like a face, I don't think I've emoji face. I don't think I've actually seen that one before. It's the first time for everything, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, I'd have to, like, believe me, I've had to edit a lot on, like, my actual final story. This is just, as I say, it's fun. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just want it to look good enough that I can, say, post it somewhere and someone will get amusement out of it. Without thinking, oh no, that's the worst thing I've ever read. Honestly, though, that is actually a good face. It's like, it's almost angry and confused at the same time. I should make that a thing. Yeah, like, I should start using that. It's actually a really good expression. I am angry. Yeah, I like that line though. So we responded sarcastically. I think I need a colon there, unless I'm totally messing up. I think colon does act kind of like a full stop, if I remember correctly. But it's also like something follows it after that. So Dana responded sarcastically. So yeah. Well, what you gonna do about it? Ah, I love this keyboard. I do have a collection of them. Honestly, a collection of keyboards. This is just the one I chose to use today. So, that's the one I ended up with. So, what you gonna do about it? Then, Shinji was now beyond angry. This is where we find out he's a mech pilot. I shall bring the mech forth if you proceed with this. If you proceed along this path of nonsense. I got the quotation mark eventually. Yeah, so I mean, honestly, I mean, I don't mind. Like, the thing is, I can acknowledge my my what you call my head is not working. I can acknowledge that my abilities have limits. Honestly, it's like I'm surprised people haven't complained about like me obsessively putting all my nerdy performance statistics on the screen yet, because yeah, it's like I have my issues, but I have my things I'm good at. Colon a list, okay. Like that makes sense. You know, I feel like I do need to relearn some of this stuff, but I was thinking because it's a colon. I don't know. I just feel like it works because it's like well, it's like that, and then there is a following expression. I've not used it a whole lot, but I'm like, I was thinking this should work. Maybe it's one of those things that in concept it should work, but it doesn't when you actually put it in practice. I mean, I can still use a full stop as far as I know. I don't think that's a crime against literature. I mean, I'll probably need to get me food fairly shortly, but I can return in about half an hour or so. Probably just try and finish this one paragraph or something along those lines. Okay, I shall bring the mech forth if you proceed along this path of nonsense. The yes men should say... I think I should have the yes men cut in at this point. His, maybe I should... I feel like I should make fun of him not being Mr. Beast now. So... Mr. Unbeastly... Mr. Unbeastly's many fans agreed with this statement. You see, this is what I love about the wheel, though. Like, this is what I absolutely love about the wheel. It makes you think of ways of doing things you wouldn't think. It's like, as I say, I've done the automation car builds, which is this car building game. I've had that, and I've had the wheel basically make every engineering decision, and it does some very interesting things, just randomizing everything that you wouldn't think, and sometimes it works out actually surprisingly well. And it seems to be the case with this writing as well, by just randomizing stuff and then having to work around the issues. It actually does produce kind of interesting stories that you would never actually think of yourself. At least as long as you have a little imagination to go and, you know, tie everything together. That's all you need. Mr. Unbeastly's... I think I need to put Unbeastly's, not Beastly. Mr. Unbeastly's many fans agreed with this, statement or sentiment? I think this sentiment is correct. Ooh. Agreed with this sentiment. So, I mean, the one thing is, one thing I'll say about Twitch, it does actually have a writing and reading section. As far as I know, that's not on YouTube, so unless I'm just completely wrong with sorting it, I don't think YouTube has such a, like, sorting thing. So, yeah. There is, Mr. Unbeastly's many fans agreed with this statement. Yes. The mech. So the semicolons separate independent clauses. They must be, yeah, they must be related. Yeah, but, I mean, that's what I was thinking. It's like, it's not a full stop, so I try and write, like, I think, as I understand it. So I went to the bathroom. I fought an evil dragon. Like, I think that's what it means. Like, they're just so different that you can't put them together. Ah, yeah, so, an and. I mean, I can see that, yeah. Yeah, two different topics it is, but I mean, I'm just trying to find things that are different, honestly. Subject and focus. Yeah, I think that's when you do the like paragraph changes. So that's why, like, I have this kind of villain side here, and then I have the complete separation here, like in the paragraph. Or at least I've tried to do it. It's like a completely different section of a story, because we've completely changed the characters we're talking about. Like, that's the concept I'm following. Yeah, I mean, honestly, ideas. The thing is, I sometimes have good ideas, like, at 2 AM. And then it just like keep coming. But it's like 2 AM and I'm pretty much asleep. And it's crazy how that sometimes happens. But then sometimes I'm like actually trying to sit down and write and I just can't come up with any ideas. Yes, the mech. One said. These are yes men. They also have no personality whatsoever. Mech sounds like a good idea. I would say like grand idea, but that actually gives them kind of personality. We just want them to be yes men that agree with everything. And then I can literally just... No, I had one that just said yes. Yes for Mac. And the third one... continued the chain. And the third one continued the chain. So I shall bring the mech forth if you proceed along this path of nonsense, and then I would try and have them cry and have all emotion and everything, but it's like they're yes men. They don't have any emotion. They literally just exist to confirm what he's saying to be true. I agree. Like, it's another way of saying yes, but still. So yeah, I think I'll get my food now and stuff. I mean, I'll probably end this stream, and then I'll probably, like, resume it on another stream kind of thing. Because I don't know how I could even put BRB on this, like, screen and everything all that well. But yeah, I'll resume later. It'll be listed a different stream on YouTube particularly. Twitch might stay. I don't know. I'm kind of new to Twitch and stuff. At least streaming on there. So yeah, oh yeah, Google. I honestly, I don't count calories. I just don't eat for a number of hours, and that works. I also can't process fats, so like that's another way of like my body stopping me eating stuff I shouldn't. I don't know, it works out what I've done. So let's add words and let's add words and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I'm using OBS. I'm using OBS, and it's this add-on I've got to Atom multi-stream I'm using to stream on Twitch and YouTube. So that's what I'm currently using, and it seems to be working. Oh yes, the source to an overlay. I could try that. I mean, I think I have some stuff. I don't know if I have BRB. Like, that's the thing. It would take a bit of setting up. Like, I'd have to add I have a reference from when I think I was doing art. That's my art reference. But I mean, I don't have a BRB image made at the moment. So I could try. Actually, I do have paint.net. Paint.net, which is like Paint but better. I do like this program. I usually if I can find it, yeah. I actually have a drawing tablet. Like, that's the pen for it, but because I've got the keyboard out here where I would usually have it, that makes things a little more awkward. So, it's on window capture, isn't it? I mean, it's on window capture, so I can't really show it, but I'll just do the most simple one. I'll make it pink because I like pink. Could probably use a larger pen size. That would definitely help. or actually image resize. I can use a... I'll use 1920 by 1080 because that's a good res for this stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, I have heard program. I use Android, but I have heard that's very good on Apple. So yeah, I mean, I use Ibis Paint on there. Like, I don't have a subscription version though. I just have like the ad-free one. Because that works for me. And then I have Clip Studio on here. I would say world famous, but not many people know about it. But I do use the 80,085 pixel resolution on Clip Studio. I found a way to make that work because I just had to. Like calculator language and all that. Okay, I have made a BRB screen. And if I just put it in the pictures folder. I mean, yeah, Paint.net I just use for a bunch of stuff though. Like, it's not the best editor and photo editor or whatever in the world, but it just does the job. So, can probably get rid of that. Browse on here. Pictures. There we go. I have done a thing. It's very small. It's a very small BRB. Can try and like uncrop it. I don't think I cropped it particularly. But that's meant to be 1080p, so I don't know why it was coming out so small. Ah yeah, I mean, I've got honestly, Krita is the same thing, same kind of category as not Paint on it. Clip Studio, like a lot of people have used Clip Studio. My version is from like 2019 or something, but it works fine for me. I mean, I think I have got GIMP, which I used for some other stuff, but for most drawing I just use Clip Studio. Like, I like that program. It's got pretty much all the features I need, and it's not like from an evil company like Adobe, because Adobe does a lot of stuff that like I just can't agree with how they set the whole thing up. Anyway, I will, I think I might be able to, like, leave the, music on. So, yeah, there's, like, a 3-hour Gran Turismo playlist. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to try and say it's, good energy and stuff. I don't know. I try and set everything up as I can. I mean, I can, like, can change that and not fill the whole screen, but I feel like that's more obvious, so yeah. Anyway, I mean, I will be returning, as I say. I'll just sorry, I muted the mic early. I will leave the thing running. I will leave the music on and that screen, so that should be fine, and I will be back in like probably 20 minutes or so. Okay. Where's the, yeah, it's on reference, because I will use that later. Hi. Again, Chomps, thanks for following, Guy. I have just read that. Like, it has been a while. Actually, it did come up, didn't it? It's like, it's not a comment, it's, yeah, it says that on the chat window. That's interesting. Anyway. Yeah, I was saying, it's not giving me Nintendo lawyer yet. There was actually something I wanted to test on the Twitch side, because I did add a feature which should work now, and that is like, it should be an 8-ball type thing. And no, I can't even type her name. So Sakura will hopefully answer it. If it goes through the avatars correctly. I did try and sort the accounts out, so hopefully it'll work. I mean, I had it working on the YouTube side. I'm not so sure it's going to work on the Twitch side. Doesn't appear to be. I did set all that up. Yes, so, well, and, yeah, so, I've got the yes men agreeing to the mech, and one said, mech sounds like a good idea, third one, I agree, yes. Diana was now concerned. Not because of this all-powerful mech that it's not called Dylan. Why did I think of him as being called Dylan? That's just not even close to accurate. Shinji, not because of all this powerful, not because of this all-powerful mech that Shinji supposedly had access to, but because he had a, I would say flock. I'm not sure a flock of people is a thing. I'll do it. It's a flock of followers who didn't question him in the slightest. Actually, I am thinking now, I've been using this keyboard for a while. There is another one I actually kind of feel like using, if I just get it. Cable has to be stuck. My Chinese mechanical keyboard. Very cheap Chinese mechanical keyboard, which is far nicer to type on than you'd ever believe. And I can't find a USB port. This one should do, oh dear. And I'm moving the camera, because that's where the USB port is. Should have set this up before, but, you know, felt like it would be a good time to change the keyboard. I think I've re-angled that pretty nicely. Hopefully. Because I do miss using this one. Like, now I've had some go of a Microsoft one. Would be, I think, a fun idea to change it up. Especially as I've got a bit of time. I mean, like, this is not the stiffest board in the world. It will flex and stuff, but the overall typing experience is far better than you would imagine. And it makes a really nice click, as I will get to. Who didn't question him in the slightest. Might as well have the knight appear at this moment. Break up the story a little. There's a hair stuck in there. Naturally the knight naturally the knight discovered. Oh, brought that menu up and then so naturally the knight crossed, realized, I don't know, acknowledged. This is interesting because, like, would the knight be told demons are evil or something, and it's literally a demon there, so I don't know. I then have to have like the what's it called, enemies to lovers as a thing because the wheel has told me so. I mean, I'm thinking like we've got these two separate things. It could help to have a trope for both the protagonist and the antagonist because I haven't got that. So I don't think I can really integrate it on the first part, but here definitely as we are building the world and such. So there's going to be a trope enemies to lovers for the what do you call it, antagonists, and there's going to be a trope of the protagonists. The antagonists are also going to get a trope to follow with their story. Party or event chaos. I'll just add that. Actually, I wonder if I can. No, I mean trope. This keyboard feels a lot smoother than I was expecting. The Microsoft one had a nice clunk to it. I mean, I have to have the Microsoft one there because it's plugged in by PS2 on the like PS2 port of the system. So, okay, it's gone in like large bold letters, but it has copied it. So there's a party or event chaos, which actually ties in quite well, as I say, with the whole villain arc. It is really cooking as a wheel. Because the Queen, it was like, I feel like it was almost a given that they were at some kind of like party celebration type thing. So adding chaos, why not? It ties in very nicely. I just wish it had been so cohesive with the heroes and stuff. But the villain arc, it's done incredibly well. Like, I couldn't have done any better than that at setting up a story. And this is just randomised. I mean, I'm sure many humans have done, like, worse jobs than the wheel has with a villain arc. Naturally, the knight acknowledged their presence. Approaching them with caution. Had he been summoned to this? Well, I think I could have that, maybe the knight, I could either have it like the knight is totally ignorant that she's actually a demon, falls in love with her anyway or something, but, or, I guess it's because it's enemies to lovers. He should, like, recognize, he should be the only person that actually notices she's a demon and then somehow fall in love with her. And also kind of be a tsundere because, why not? Had he been summoned to this world to defeat a to defeat a great evil? Evil? Perhaps? Or perhaps he'd perhaps he'd been summoned by evil. I do like this keyboard though. It's totally different to the Microsoft one. This is a lot more snappy, which I guess is to be expected because I think, as far as I can tell, it is a mechanical, just a super cheap mechanical. But I didn't expect this. Like, This is probably my favourite, somewhere along with that Dell AT102W from the 90s. This is one of my favourite mechanical keyboards. And I've got another one actually, if I bring it up. It's not like fully together, but here's the screws finding. This is also pretty good, and this is like a mechanical Chinese board. I mean, as it turns out, the generic Chinese boards, they really are pretty good. I've got a Razer mechanical as well, because I have a massive collection of keyboards, and I don't like the Razer board, but I like this one. Just feels nice. So, perhaps, or perhaps he'd been summoned by the evil itself. Either way, one thing was clear. There was a demon standing right in front of him. Somehow the knight notices, and then he eventually falls in love with her, because naturally he would have to. Oh dear, to be a romantic and have to actually write a love scene. Or a romance scene, that's actually going to be quite awkward. But then I think, in a way, it's also kind of funny. Because I'm going to be so off with the whole romance element. Like, so far off, it's actually going to be funny just how bad I am at it. So, there was a demon standing... I feel like this Gran Turismo music is super quiet. I feel like maybe it was the last playlist was louder, but this one just feels super quiet. Yeah, no idea what's going on with that. I think I fixed it. Yeah, so as his training had taught him, the all demons are irredeemably evil and must be, can quote someone, I don't know, someone in his past, dealt with. I actually could have that whole phrase being from like someone. That whole thing as a quote. All demons? Is that key? I think it's just designed that way. It looks almost like the half a light is like broken on the act key. Or the at shortcut isn't. I can have this light up and stuff. There is like a shortcut key and you can change the animations and stuff, but you can't change the colours. These colours are permanent that it's showing now. If there is like some RGB lights there. I can't change the actual colours of it because it's a cheap board, but honestly, it was like £17 for this, and it came with a mouse, and it's mechanical, and it lights up. You're not going to find a better value keyboard than that. Especially considering it's probably more reliable than the Razer one that I've seen a Razer fail that my brother had, and that was pricey. This is cheap, and I get the feeling it can't be less reliable than that. But yeah, I love it. It's just, it feels so good. I don't know quite how this feels better than so many others, but it just does. So, all demons are irredeemably evil and must be dealt with. Or I could put slain, I don't know. That's what someone has said in his past, and like, that he's come to believe over time. And then he's in this world where there is a demon and like, as I say, he somehow ends up falling in love with her. So, we know he's in like a full suit of armour. We know that much. I feel at this point I can't really describe too much about him. Like, we know how knight armour is. there's only so much you can describe about that. Like, maybe it's shiny, maybe it isn't. Beyond that, armor is armor. All demons are irredeemably evil, apparently. So, strangely, however, upon seeing, he felt unable to take action against her. He hadn't a single idea in his mind as to why this was. Everything he'd trained for so far led him down the Hi again, chomps. I'm continuing with this still. I added a trope. So they both have a trope to follow through. With the protagonist and antagonist, I feel like that's a better way of working it out. So, I don't know. Beyond that. Yeah, everything he trained so far led him down the path of defeating the Demon Lord. And now he was in a field full of windowed boxes, unable to take down a single demon. So there we go. Like, he's oh yeah, strangely and however, find where I put that. Oh yeah, that. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that working. So yeah, the because it says, like, the wheel said, where was it? The wheel said enemies to lovers is a trope. So I'm basically having this knight guy who has somehow ended up in this world. We don't know why. We don't talk about it. But has somehow ended up in this campsite. And he's, like, taught for his entire life to hate demons. And then he sees this demon and is like, he just can't kill her. And that's how we're going to start the whole enemies to lovers thing, which I think could get working. I mean, as I say, I know nothing about romance, so it's going to be hard on me. And now he was in a field full of windowed boxes, unable to take down a single demon. I mean, I feel like I could have also, Diana, like, literally introduces him, like, this is Mr. Beast. Because I feel like that's going to be her thing, like, now she knows, like, he's lied about being Mr. Beast. He's going to just, like, she's just going to, win that whole thing against him. So, where is it at? I mean, he did approach them or something. Approaching them with caution. You. I think, yeah, that's like, I don't think I have a comma there or anything. You, the, what do you call it, the knight said. Yeah, Junior Beast. I mean, the thing is though, it's like he said he's Mr. Beast. Like that's why I think going out like along with the whole Mr. Beast thing, because he said like he lied basically to the Yes Men about being Mr. Beast, and that's how he got them to follow him initially. And it's like she's gonna just keep calling him Mr. Beast because they don't know, even after confessing his I don't know, his lie. Like she's just gonna keep going on about it just to irritate him. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with it, you know. Like as I say, I'm not the best at writing. I still have to learn some things before I can get anything publishable. This isn't going to be published, honestly. At least I'm not going to expect anyone to pay for it because it's just very scrappy and it's just a few ideas thrown out there as per the wheel's request. I mean, I might publish it somewhere. I don't know. Publish it as a web novel or whatever. Because I'm probably not going to make money from it. Honestly, I doubt people would pay for what this story is. With some things just not making sense. As they are wheel prompts. And now he was in... Well, granted, I do say that with all these AI books, which... I mean, those Mr. Beast children's books are actually so comically bad. Like, they don't know... The thing is, the chatbot writes it and it has no idea what Mr. Beast actually is, kind of thing. So you, the knight... I've misdone knight. The knight, yelled. As if he had... As if he had words of extreme importance to share. As if he had words of extreme importance to share. Only to discover... No. Only to discover that a blank slate had mirrored his mind? I don't know. No, his mind had entered a blank state. His mind was drawing blanks. Finally, I got something. Only to discover that his mind was drawing blanks. So, that's a thing. Yes, so... It's like, yeah, I've got the microphone here, and then I've got the, like, window right behind it there, so... I mean, hey, I'm kind of doing myself in by blocking my own screen, but I can see it well enough. So, only to discover that his mind was drawing blanks. I feel like at that point Diana would be like, oh, hi, this is Mr. Beast. I don't know. I feel like, actually, what she would probably do, she would probably actually just introduce him like he's entered a Mr. Beast video. So, hard to explain what I'm getting at, but... Diana responded to this. Nothingness. With a... What do I call it? A, important announcement. I put a important, not an important nonsense. So... Actually, I have to look up dumbest Mr. Beast challenges to see if, like, there's anything I can parody. Okay, no, you know what, also... yeah, the same way, yeah, it's like this is his identity. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like this is, she basically tells everyone he's Mr. Beast because he said that. It's like she's gonna cling on to it now forever. But I just have to find it. Like I know Mr. Beast's like one selling thing was like money. Do this and you'll get money. Like everything is about money. Where money will only get you so far, but I don't know. I don't think Mr. Beast realizes that, or Jimmy, as it is. I bought everything in a store. 10 million Legos in friend's house. It's like these are the most clickbaity titles ever, which is crazy. 24 hours straight underwater. Yeah, I mean. That's not impressive, actually, if you're in a submarine. That's not impressive at all. Going through the same drive-through 1,000 times. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, books all his important appointments under Mr. Beast. You know what? You know what? I think she would do. If he leaves his phone unlocked, she would like literally go in and change his phone like username to Mr. Beast. Like if he just leaves it on a surface unlocked, that would probably happen. Human ID or driver's license as Mr. Beast. No, you know what? There's this whole UK thing about the online safety act, they call it. Like she somehow gets him like saved onto websites as Mr. Beast. As well. I feel like there's so much comedy potential for this whole like duo and the Yes Men as well. Who can be like, also she can use them as like Mr. Beast's fans, which are just following him around because they're fans of Mr. Beast. Like that's how it's explained. But anyway, look, as I'm reading here, going through the same drive for 1,000 times. Okay, that can be used, I think, that kind of thing. Spooky demon possess. I don't know. Honestly, I've not thought of any power. Oh yeah, I've not thought of any powers that she could have. But she is a demon. Like that is canonical now, as the wheel has decided. But I could do a wheel of superpowers. Actually, I wonder. I'll actually have a look if there's a wheel of superpowers, because if there is, that could be pretty useful. And it is still in line. I mean, honestly, I don't know. Like, I don't know about the type of demon. It just said demon. Like, I have all kinds of things. Like, I have gods, goddesses, king, queen. I think I had, like, a doctor or nurse as well. So I just had all kinds of, characters that I thought up to these could be. I mean, it's not a demon lord. I did have demon and demon lord separate. So that's one thing I can say. She's not a demon lord. She's just some kind of demon. So, not like the top demon. There's a superpowers wheel here. I think that this wheel is all kinds of trippy. You know what? I'm going to probably use this. If it lines up... No, actually, I'm confusing, like, what windows are Chrome and which are Edge. I mean, I can try this. Ah, now it's loading properly on Chrome. So, yeah, the wheel doesn't actually line up all that well, but you can see it. And that's kind of what's important. So, I mean, I'll spin this. Hopefully it shows decently well. I know, that's gone with like an 8-ball one. Signs pointer, yes, she's gonna have power. I don't know though. So, superpowers wheel, let's see. There we go. Okay, Now this is the actual superpowers wheel. Let's see what we get. There is a lot on here. Pressure. I don't know what that is. Like, I guess it's a power to like make people feel intimidated from what I've seen. So, I mean, that's a power. Spirit. Oh, so there's like different religions. I mean, I don't know. I think I was just thinking more like the overall idea. I guess the overall fictional representation, which might be based on a Christian idea. I don't know. Like, I was just thinking of like the general fiction idea of a demon. So I'm not sure exactly what that's based off, but I was just like common kinds of characters that you might see in some kind of TV show or anime or whatever. That kind of thing. Movies, I guess. So, like, that's where I base the characters off of. Like, those kind of common ideas. So, yeah, welcome to Mr. Beast or something. I mean, anyway, like here, I've got to think of a video. That's the other thing. Like, I've got to think what Diana is actually, playing at here. Welcome to our little game show. Need to look at more of these. There's like 4 more. Would you sit in snakes for $10,000? That's something I could use that with power, yeah. Like, world's largest boulder sim. I've spent 50 hours buried alive. Some of these I could definitely work. I mean, actually, yeah. I think that's good. Would you be willing to spend 50 hours buried alive for $1 million? Yeah. Welcome to our little game show. Presented here by the fabulous Mr. Beast. I mean, I think that should be in like these single quotation marks, because it's like it's been on thumbnails and stuff and his channel name, and so it's like you're just pulling it off there. That's what I think. Like, I don't know if I'm using it wrong, but I think that's how you do it. Like, one way of doing it. So the quotation marks is when someone's speaking, the double ones, and then the single ones are used when it's like text that has been printed somewhere and I'm just repeating. But that's how I do it. So, presented here by the fabulous Mr. Beast. What if the Yes Men side with her as well? I think that would also be funny if, like, the Yes Men suddenly side with her. Yes, this is definitely Mr. Beast. So, suddenly the, Shinji's, I think that needs like, what's it, a dash, hyphen. And I put it in the wrong place, of course. I mean, it does come up as like a spelling suggestion, so I'm guessing it's supposed to have one. So, suddenly, Shinji's followers... I mean, I don't know when he gets the mech. I feel like something should push him over the edge and he just brings out the mech. Like, you have pushed me too far this time. Because we know he's like a mech pilot, really. Suddenly his followers, all agreed with Diana. Yes. The first one, like, always just says yes. It always starts this phrase with yes. Yes, this Mr. Beast is the real deal. Like, at this point, like, his own followers are just basically gaslighting him. Yes, this Mr. Beast is a real deal. So then we have, the second Like, I could give them a very limited amount of character, though, in, like, how they start their sentences is always the same. But I don't want to give them too much character. Like, the idea is they are just yes men. That they just say yes to everything. Even some bad ideas. So, in other words, ChatGPT. ×3. Like, it just says everything's a good idea. Yes, you can absolutely put glue on your pizza. That is totally not a bad idea. The second replied, where is it? That I had before. Mech sounds like Aya, so I can go run with the same kind of theme. So we've got Mr. Beast. This is true. So, like, he starts with basically the replying. He starts with a subject, and then he's like, yes, or he's like, this is true, kind of thing. So, like, they all just follow the same kind of theme, I think, with how they announce things. I should start a sentence with and, sorry, but it seems to work. Or I could put actually finally. Finally will work. Finally, the third one. Added? Because it's not actually adding anything, it's just like saying the same thing. Finally, the third added. Could have had a comma actually there. Finally, the third added. It's a short sentence, but yeah, it's one of those things I think it shouldn't work, but it kinda does. Probably don't need a comma, but I feel it sounds a little better with a brief gap. Finally, the third added. Again, if we look up, yeah. I agree. Yeah, he just says, like, I agree. I could just have him, like, always say I agree and nothing else. It's good to have this keyboard changed for a while. I might go back to the Microsoft one, I don't know, but I really am liking this one. I mean, could always bring out the old Dell from the 90s. Which is also the same age as me, pretty much. So we've got the... This is true, the third added, I agree. And then, I think I need to show that he's getting... That he's just getting, like, angry. Irrationally angry. Was practically glowing bright red, unable to contain his... I might be able to use my one of my favourite things, which is pseudo swearing. So it's like not actually insulting, but they say something that sounds almost like it is. So, yeah, that's a way I think of adding it in, and it's pretty fun. So we have got, gotta think of the words. Yes, so, flapping duck, that's shut up, you flapping duck. Yeah, I just love it because it's like, in some ways it's more offensive because you don't expect it. Like, it hits you in a way you don't expect it to. Because it's so normalised now to just have language and stuff. I forgot this keyboard doesn't actually have like a caps lock light or anything, which is strange. I think it might. I know it does. It does have a caps lock light. It's just very dim. And it's not marked or anything. And then unable to contain his anger. Yes, indeed. So Diana is gonna like see that, and she's gonna enjoy it. Ah, yes. Diana could sense his distress. And was thoroughly enjoying it. I feel like, also it would be funny if, like, Shinji kind of ended up being the enemy. So it's like, you know, he like, ends up... Because it's like, he goes into it like, demons are evil, I must destroy the demons, and then, like, he sees this whole Mr. Beast thing, and is like, that guy is irredeemably evil. We have a greater common evil to defeat. Yeah, yeah, he must be truly fearsome and powerful. Yeah, they write his name on their suit, feed it to their children, his face on their clothes, and then he sees Mr. Beast, and it's like, no, he's nothing like that. I mean, you know what, I kind of like that idea though, that he's like, no, that guy's a real demon here. So it's like, just, yeah. Almost like Diana is like playing an incredible game and knows exactly how to move the pieces. It's like in my other story, what's crazy is I actually had a side character and she somehow managed to work her way into being a main character. Still don't know exactly how that happened. But I feel like she's pulling something that even me as a writer don't fully understand. Diana could sense his distress and was thoroughly enjoying it. Yes, so... This, man is idolized worldwide. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy though, because it's like, what was it? It was Juliet, honestly. I tell you why I used that name. It was literally so I could make a joke, because I have this insane king, and he's like, Juliet, come down to me. But then, yeah, he's also kind of crazy and likes murdering people. So like I have the Danielle character like saves her, and then she basically somehow end up tied together, and they're both main characters now. I don't know how it happened though. Like, she was meant to be just a passing joke to go with that Romeo and Juliet joke, but somehow she lasted. And I don't understand it in the slightest. How she could, like, play me so much, and it's a fictional character as well. Oh dear. And was thoroughly enjoying it. This man is idolized worldwide. The great Mr. Beast would appreciate participation in his challenge. Yes, so the great Mr. Beast would appreciate yeah, and he is like idolized worldwide. Obviously. Like, I mean, she's not going to let this go at this point. It offers her far too much amusement. Yeah, so at this point, I can just tell he's going to snap and go and get the mech. Because he is a mech pilot. Like, this is canon. But, yeah. He just needed a bit of pushing to get to the point where he would actually call on the mech. And she's also gonna use that. Like, this is Mr. Beast's final form. You had better listen to it. Or something along those lines. Okay, so unable to participate. I don't know. We've got yeah. Shinji had just the no. Shinji was done fighting this losing battle. I think that's enough to lead into it. I'm getting me mech. I think it would be funny actually if they put me mech instead of I'm getting my mech. And so yeah, I'm getting me mech. I mean, I was gonna put getting, but getting actually kind of fits with how he's pronouncing it. So a typo worked out. Shinji was done fighting this losing battle. I kind of want to get into the villain stuff, because as I say, the wheel did actually absolutely cook with the villain stuff. And so he did. So he called upon his mech. And I'm going to give him the all too relatable problem of, like, his mech arrives. His mech is, like, summoned. But then he forgets he doesn't have the key. He left the keys somewhere. Or he left the keys in the arcade or whatever. So, yeah, he can't actually get in the mech. I feel like I actually need something funny for the key. Like, I wonder if any larders actually had, like, remote central locking. Because that would be funny. If I can find, like, a larder, a late model larder that was, like, updated with it or something. Now, those look like rebranded Ford keys or something, so they must have been quite late ones. I wonder, actually, first gen Toyota Yaris. I think first gen Toyota Yaris is random enough. So yeah, the key to the mech is like literally just from a first gen Yaris. I think if I can find one. Okay, so it's very simple, but the Mark 1 Yaris does have remote central locking. So I can run with that. Like, that's the key. The key for a Mark 1 Toyota Yaris is how they unlock the... That's how they unlock the mech. Unfortunately, when the mech turned up, landed, I don't know, besides him, I don't need the ellipsis there. Unfortunately, when the mech landed beside him... Oh, what would actually be funny, because it's a Mark 1 Yaris, it's a fairly common vehicle. What if he had the key, but it turned out not to be the key to his mech, it turned out to be the key to a literal Mark 1 Yaris that someone else just happened to have. Unfortunately, when the mech landed beside him, he discovered that his key wouldn't unlock it. Apparently, using the exact same module as a Yaris was not a good idea. So, let's As it turns out, using the same key as a first unfortunately, using the same key as a first generation Toyota Yaris wasn't the best idea. Now somebody had the key to his mech, and all he had was someone else's Yaris. Where is it? Yeah. I need to keep copying the name because I'll never type it properly otherwise. Or maybe I will after a while. Now, Shinji did not own a mech, but instead a 2000... Actually, I could do 2001 Space Odyssey reference. I don't know. Not really so much a reference, but anyway. Instead, a 2001 Toyota Yaris with a deep scratch and rust issues. With a deep door scratch and rust issues. Of course. Exactly what you want. Instead of like a massive Mac. Unfortunately, when the Mac landed beside him, he discovered that his key wouldn't unlock it. As it turns out, using the same key as a first generation Toyota Yaris wasn't the greatest idea. I think I can there is a what do you call it, double comma. I don't know, I'm trying to think, is that be a semicolon? Probably not. Now, Shinji did not own a mech. But, presently, I guess you could say. Presently, Shinji did not own a mech, but instead a 2001 Toyota Yaris with a deep door scratch and rust issues. So, he now owns a Yaris. Basically, he's a mech pilot, but he owns a Yaris. He's got a country accent that slips out sometimes. Yeah, usually hides it under a posh accent. You know what? What I think I could do, like I think what I could work with, he got so into the act of impersonating Mr. Beast that he actually just talks exactly like Mr. Beast. But then sometimes his actual original voice comes out. And yeah, if we had task. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't have many people in the chat though, unfortunately. I am a very small streamer of sorts. I don't know, I don't even stream that much before. I just started doing more gaming streams and stuff recently. And then finally Twitch, so yeah, but I mean, I've only got like 3 streams on Twitch, including this one. It would be good if I had loads of chat to come up with random ideas. But currently that's not going to work. But yeah, I can see the accent working. But I do want I want him to have like a literal Mr. Beast accent, because that would only tie into what's it called? Diana's mockery. I think that would only make it work so much better. Yeah, so, and of course she is gonna like lean into this. Good news, Mr. Knight. Good news, Mr. Knight. I think what she could also do, because you know she likes messing with him, she's going to literally just call it a load of scrap metal. He's going to end up having a crisis, exactly. Oh dear, it's like... I think Diana is just too good at this game like that. She knows exactly how to play him. So good news, Mr. Knight, Diana said proudly. In this case, currently, if you, I think, what was it on the Beast one, like, spent 50 hours buried alive, I'm going to use that. Currently, if you to spend 50 hours buried alive, you can win this fabulous set of armor. Which is the mech, but it's just calling it a set of armor. It's just because he's a knight, and like, of course he wants the world's most fabulous set of armor ever. I mean, the knight isn't really doing anything yet. I want him to be a tsundere, but I don't know. I'll have to work it in. The knight's eyes lit up. Visible. I think I could have like his joy visible even through his visor. No, his joy even. I don't even need an even. His joy visible. I think also it would work if he had something in his world that it looked vaguely like. You know, so like he just assumes it's that because he's never seen it in person. But it's like it matches the stories he's heard and everything. It's the legendary, I don't know, holy holy red arms or something like that. The legendary holy red arms, because that's what the armor, I guess, is called, that he's assuming it is. And wonder how many words I've got to now after this time. It was like 1,000 before. 1783. For a stream, like, I don't think this is that bad for like a completely randomized story. The legendary holy red arms. I think I can have a comma there actually, because it's like freezing for a moment to express the predefined name of it. And then it's like, that can mess with him, because it's like, as I say, he's learned to hate demons, but it's like, that flies in the face of it, because it's holy, perfect armor, and she has access to it, so she must not be a demon. The knight realized his... So did I put like 50? So did I put like 50? Yes, spend 50 hours buried alive. You can win this fabulous set of armor. Just again leading into that whole Mr. Beast thing, and you just also have like Diana basically auctioning off this guy's mech without permission. So yeah, that's the other side of it. The knight realized his mistake no demon would have access to a rare religious relic because of course she's not a demon. Like, we all know that's true. I mean, that would never be the case. And so no, no demon would have access to it. Then we can have like again, Shinji just getting so mad, but he can't do anything. He can't even get in his mech because he's got the wrong key for it. I apologize for my misjudgment. You finally do have access to what could I call it? Powerful artifact. Not artifact. I don't know, but I could say running with a kind of theme. Royal families couldn't possibly be a demon. I don't even need a fine lady. That's like unnecessary wording. A lady with access to a royal family's prized possessions couldn't possibly be a demon. Like, I mean, yeah, that's not... that's totally not a misjudgment. So, yeah, I mean, I want to write some stuff on the villain side, honestly, because that's quite fun. I mean, I'll probably stop at like an hour or something. Mainly because I want to watch a Fairway stream. But yeah, that's my motivation. That's like 50 minutes or so. So at a campsite for me tonight. Yeah, that's still a rhyme. Yeah, they meet a prince at a jail on the villain side. I feel like, honestly, at this point, I feel like the villains are actually somewhat, like, cohesive and get along. The heroes are, like, just fighting each other. Again, it's like they have their own character, and they don't necessarily work together. But it's also funny how they don't work together. So then, she stole my key. No, I mean... Shinji can't, like, prove that, but there's some things he can say, like, no, you know what he should have? He should have a Scottish accent when he gets angry. I think, for some reason, I just feel like him suddenly breaking into a Scottish accent for no apparent reason would be funny. So, Shinji was, unable to, just starts kicking his mech in anger. Unable to, and that's going to make the knight even angrier. Now he thinks that's some rare holy armor, and you just have this guy kicking it like it's nothing. Here's rage anymore. So, yeah, so it couldn't possibly be a demon. He was unable to contain his rage anymore. His usually reserved YouTuber accent turning Scottish as he lost his composure. I kind of want to have a Shrek reference now. Like, if he's got the accent for it. It's usually reserved YouTuber accents turning... I think I can have... No, I don't need a comma there. His usually reserved YouTuber accent turning Scottish as he lost his composure. Like, get out my swamp. She's a demon. That's my mech. I tell ya. I think that's how you do it. She's a demon. I mean, it's not like the correct way of like actually typing it, but I'm trying to get that trying to get it to sound somewhat like it should. She's a demon, I tell ya. I don't know. Towel. I don't know, I think it would be like twel. And he then began. I mean, talk about organised crime. Like, this is what they've got to fight. They don't even have to be organised. He then began kicking the mech. Aggressively. Almost as if he was attempting to damage it. I mean, I feel like that would break the night. Like, that guy is a demon. He's trying to destroy this rare armor. And then it like snowballs. The whole effect snowballs, and his like head gets twisted into believing that Shinji is actually the demon of the two. You dare to deface this national treasure. You dare to deface this national treasure. Yeah. I mean, it's like build a human, IKEA build a human kit. I mean, I don't know, it's like, this is just how I write. Like, stuff happens to the characters and like, that's how it works with me. I mean, I often do go back and edit stuff to make it work better, but it's like, I find just letting the characters actually live and letting them be the characters works. Because it's like, it's kind of established that, like, we know Diana likes messing with Shinji. Shinji's, like, very easily gaslit, which only enables her issues. So it's like, there's this dynamic here. And then the knight is, like, so caught into his old ways that he's, like, led to believe this stuff very easily because he's not, like, of this world. So he doesn't understand quite how customs work and stuff. So it's like, he doesn't even understand mechs exist because of where he's from. Oh. I think, yeah. I pressed F11 and it went to the full screen. That's something I didn't know I could do, but now I do. The knight, realize, yeah, so the knight was in a, yeah, so it's like these two are just getting mad against each other and stuff. I could sense it all along. I should have realized sooner who the real demon is. I mean, I do want to get onto, like, the villain side, as I say, so I will try and, I mean, I'll leave this, here for now. I do have to go back and fix it, but I've got enough, like, that you know what's going on. Because the villain side, as I say, the wheel has actually really cooked there at making things that work together. The hero side, like, just me trying to make sense of prompts that just don't really make sense and put them together, and kind of think I got it working, but... You know, a mech pilot and a demon and a bunch of yes men. It's like, it's not things that would typically work. It does get you to think outside the box though, like, you know, just getting the wheel to decide. I mean, like, there is a pressure power the Demon Lord supposedly has, but I don't know how I tie it in yet. I might add the powers they could have later on, because there is a wizard also on the villain side which could have powers. There's also the Wheel Coon, as I call the wheel. He is like a villain as well. So we've got, they meet a prince at a jail cell. I feel like the queen literally just stabbed her own sister, and that's how she became the queen. She's evil. I mean, I may have exaggerated stuff out to make her appear a lot more evil, but it's just to prove a point, really. But there is a reason they could go to jail, like... Maybe she didn't feel like killing her brother or something, but she's still evil, so she locked him up. So he doesn't have any political power whatsoever. It would be a way to deal with him. I don't know, the antagonists return? I'm terrible at naming these paragraphs, though. The antagonists return, so we've got that, and also there is the antagonist return. The Queen, yeah. The Queen is basically the one calling the shots here. As so you would expect, she has power. The other two are just her subjects. What was it called? She had a name. It was like, Stabby, Stabby was actually her first name. So... Got a reference to the back rooms. Yeah, it's also the island of France. It's not to be confused with France. It's a completely different place. And so Stabber Pan, okay. Which is supposed to be like pain, but not quite pain. Stabber Pan had a plan. I don't know, it sounds so dumb, but it works. Stabber Pan had a plan, and she wasn't about to let anyone get in her way. I mean, I would say a comma. I don't know, but I don't think you're supposed to use them with ands. Actually, I could probably just have she wasn't there. I alleviate the and from the sentence. Stabber Pan had a plan, and she wasn't about to let anyone get in her way. I think I called like the wizard turncoat. Because for obvious reasons. I mean, it's like, there was actually this game, I think it was like RPG with loads of spoilers or something like that. And they called one of the characters Will Betray You. Someone will betray you. I really should play that, it looks very interesting. So, she wasn't about to let anyone get in her way after all. She had I mean, it never ceases to make me laugh that the wheel chose itself to be the villain. So after all, she had Ryokun and Wizard Turncoat. By her side. I know, by her side. I guess you probably wouldn't have them by one side, like if they're your two guards, but it works more as a figure of speech. Or maybe on her side. That works better. Wizard Tomcoat. It's supposed to be Turncoat. After all, she had Ryokun and Wizard Turncoat on her side. She was. What if her brother was like an escape artist? So she has to like just go and make sure he hasn't escaped from prison. Because I mean, I think that was it. So it says they have to have a prince at a jail cell. So I feel that could work. Like the what's it? Stabber Pan's brother can be a prince, but also an incredible escape artist. So she has to go just to make sure he hasn't escaped the jail cell. She was unstoppable. At least if the prince hadn't escaped from prison once again. Yeah, they secretly enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, I would like to say that, but I honestly think they just don't like each other. And they're somehow supposed to like save the world when they're just fighting within themselves, within their own group. It could be one of those, like, I don't know, like, I know the knight is, gonna make the knight, like, a tsundere, so he's like, it's not like I like Diana or anything. I'm still totally her enemy. I mean, I could add that, actually, because I've got, like, yeah, so I think I could have that, Diana appeared relieved. One less person attempting to murder you is usually a pretty good thing. One less person attempting to murder you is usually a pretty good thing. And then we can have the knight returns. So I don't know. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I've forgiven you or anything. There we go. The knight was on guard. Protecting his emotions from potential damage? I don't know. Yay. I like this this song on the Gran Turismo playlist. I remember it in Gran Turismo 4. crazy to think that game is over 20 years old. Where did it go? At least if a prince hadn't escaped from prison once again. So yes, we can continue this. I mean, what's the, what do you call it, a trope that had to happen? Ah, there's a party or event chaos. Yeah. To hide the fact that she's the same level. I mean, you know, it's like, it could work. Good Omens. I don't think I've seen that. Like, I think it was a show. But yeah, it's like, they're just, it's one of those things, how do I get a night working? So I just have to try and tie it together as best as I can. But it's like, they shouldn't get together, but then it's like the, yeah, golden retriever boy. Yeah, that works. Black cat girl and golden retriever boy, that works. I mean, it's more like, I think it's more just like, he's kind of broken by the whole thing, and it's like, he's literally like, he kind of knows that she's a demon, but it's like, he can't accept it because it's literally just seen someone defacing a piece of, like, national history. So it's like, no, that guy must be the demon because he's doing all this stuff. I guess denial, I guess you could call it. Because he kind of knows, but, like, he doesn't know. At least if a prince hadn't escaped from prison once again. Because, yeah, so there needs to be some kind of party. Ah, that's it. An escape party. The prince can be throwing an escape party. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've heard the term before. I have to look it up now, because we know, like, he's a jailbird of sorts. Apparently it's a Steam game. Yep. Apparently it's like a Steam game with escape rooms. The more you know. Well, I'm still going to use the term. It's like Minecraft people in it, by the looks of it. At least if a prince hadn't escaped from prison once again. I did once have a king, and I literally called him T King. So, like, that's his name, as in T. His first name begins with T, and it's King, so it comes out like T King. So the man was infamous for throwing escape parties. And few could catch him. And if there's a song reference that a few people will get. I can add. And if they did, it was usually after the disco. Yay, song references. Dramatic couple, yeah. I mean, it is kind of dramatic, but I mean, I think that's amusing. If you make it more and more dramatic, it's like stuff is going on, and it's from an entertainment perspective. I feel just sitting in a room like discussing loads of stuff isn't that entertaining. But if you have a lot of like chaos going on, I feel it keeps attention better. I don't know, I also have ADHD, so I struggle to focus on one thing at a time. So yeah, like, I'm not good at, like, having people in a room discussing politics. I would just, my head would want to go and write something else. Okay, so for throwing escape parties, few could catch them. if you could hatch him, and if they did, it was usually after the disco. What was her name? Stabber Pan would have killed him many years ago. Unfortunately, every time she tried, he got away. And he's just like throwing an escape party at the time. Like, she finds him in the jail cell. He's literally throwing an escape party in there. And the door's unlocked, but he's just in the jail cell having a party. Yeah, I mean, ADHD is it's a crazy thing though, because it's like when I actually lock into something, I feel like I'm unstoppable at doing it. Like even eating and drinking and all that, it doesn't matter. That's a side factor. But then I just can't focus on things at other times, and it's not great in that regard. Unfortunately, every time she tried, he got away. Actually, I don't think I need a comma there. I think I just need a full stop. Because there's more of a gap there. Unfortunately, every time she tried to catch him, he got away. I mean, I quite like this, though. Because it said I have to have a party event. Why not have, like, an escape party? When they like, meet at the jail cell, and the guy's literally just celebrating because he's broke the prison lock with very little effort. So it's just like they're having a party with all the other prisoners. Surprisingly enough, when she found him, he was having an elaborate party inside his prison cell. The guards just gave up trying to stop him and joined the party. Because they're like, this guy is above our level, we can't stop him. Inside his prison cell, as it turned out, he'd broken every single lock in the jail. As it turned out, he'd broken every single lock in the jail. A reason to celebrate. The guards had even given up fighting it. Oh yeah, so I've not been oh yeah, the text. I mean, I was thinking I'm not putting the comments. I mean, well, at least I'm doing a decent enough job of explaining it. Yeah, I mean, I think you can delete comments on Twitch. I think, or maybe not. I don't know. I know you can on YouTube. Maybe you can't on Twitch. It's a bit of a strange feature, though, not allowing people to delete comments. If you can call it a feature, and not a mistake. The guards had even given up fighting for the. I mean, I hope at least the keyboard sounds decent. I quite like it. I mean, I imagine it's a little louder on the mic. Yeah. Ah, so you can. Oh yeah, you can. I mean, I'm sure I looked before. I don't know if it was my phone being funny or something, but like impossible to do it from what I could see. The guards had even given up fighting. And decided to get drunk instead. After all, the guy turned escaping into an art form, and he always went out with a bang. I mean, like, I don't know, it's not quite a party turning to party or event chaos. Okay, I think that's enough of like chaotic event. I mean, maybe I'm stretching its prompt a little, but still. I think an escape party is a fun idea. Like the prince just throwing a massive party every time he escapes from prison, which is quite a lot of times. He's famous for it. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine it, like, the game streams. I don't know, the way I do things on games, it's like, there's not really game audio on what I do. I mean, the automation streams, like, there's not really game audio. I even just put music on that because in that kind of game, there's not, like, so much going on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just, I have, like, loads of keyboards. I mean, I think from a sound perspective, I think the Unicomp sounds good, which is like a remake of an IBM Model M. I mean, like, if I wanted peak sound, I just love this keyboard feel. It feels amazing. So, you know. And I've used quite a few keyboards. I come back to this cheap Chinese mechanical one because it's just so good. Better than you would believe. And I mean, like, I paid under £20 for it with a mouse. Like, that is nothing for the kind of quality experience you're getting. I am getting sidetracked. The Chosen One, yeah. The Chosen One was a trope, so it's like, I think that was where, like, the whole gaslighting, rage baiting thing started with the, Shinji, that was, and what was the other one, Diana? Like, Diana just started, she's like, you are the Chosen One. I feel like ever since that point, she's just been messing with him. And it's like, he doesn't even know he's being messed with. Perhaps like a younger me, I don't know. After all, the guy turned escaping into an art form. And he always went out with a bang. Usually by breaking stuff in a drunken rampage. Yeah, I mean, just a king that's got, like, capability to break any locks. Well, not a king, the prince. So, we've got the knight. I mean, I feel like the knight thing, the whole knight thing with, what's it, Diana and the knight, it's like, that actually sounds like a very weird Disney romance, Diana and the knight. So, I mean, that's a thing. Please don't sue me, Disney, for stealing an idea before you've used it. So, and that was that. The meeting had finished. Wait, that was a meeting proceed. Am I? No, I've gone up too far, I think. So, the knight was still on guard, protecting his emotions from potential damage. Unfortunately for him, his heart had been stolen. Even if he didn't even if he didn't understand how or why. So, has this playlist finished? I think it might have. Nope. Still got like half an hour, 47-ish minutes. Unfortunately for him, his heart had been stolen. Even if he didn't understand how or why. So, no, you know what? Of course Diana is going to mess with this guy kicking his Mac. And she's going to call him Mr. Beast again. Say, Mr. Beast. Diana questions. Malice in her eyes. I mean, yeah, Shinji's gonna have had it. Just like, shut up. What if he just went and sat in someone's Yaris? Like, he finds wherever it's got the key to and he just goes and sits in the Toyota Yaris. Shut up, he says, and then he's, I don't know if it's growled at the top of his lungs. So, yep, and as he walked away in search of his key. So, Shinji is no longer here, apparently. No, wait. No, she has to keep him there just to mess with him. She's not going to let him go that easily. Mr. Beast, are you trying to escape the circle? I don't know. Like, I have to look. I think it was like a circle or something random. But like, they can't leave the circle. Last to leave the circle wins like 500 million. So I'm gonna use that as well. Tie it into the whole idea. As he walked away angrily. I don't know. As he walked away in a fit of rage. Diana hadn't finished with him just yet, though. She ran in. I think it will have him like leave eventually, though, but then he realizes like somehow he needs her or something, or the yes men stay with her, and like he feels hopeless without the people constantly agreeing with everything he says. So I think that's like the best idea. So he has these yes men that just agree with blindly with anything and everything he says, and then like without them he feels totally hopeless, so he has to return to them. So like he has a hard life. I mean, it's like down in the other story. I've got like Aurella basically Aurella tries to further her own ends and makes his life miserable as like a side effect, and then like that just happens, but he kind of can't escape it. She ran in front of him desperately urging him not to leave the circle. I feel like the whole Mr. Beast thing, though, it opens it up to so many jokes. Like, I made it as kind of a passing comment, but the way his videos are all so clickbaity, I can just work with it so well. She ran in front of him, desperately urging him not to leave the circle. You won't get your free lunch if you leave the circle. Yes, I'll go with that. You won't get your... Oh no, wait, Prime. Everyone hates the Prime drink, so I'm going to use that. So wait. Hold on. With an exclamation point. Probably be going for another like 15 minutes now. Because I want to watch Fail Race. And that's like at 7 here. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't mind doing this next week. I'll either do this or drawing next week at the same time. Hold on. She shouted with charisma. I don't know. Charismatically holding her hand away from her body. I don't know how to explain that. Wait, holding her hand towards what is his name? Shinji. While facing away. I think that's like the pose I'm thinking of. You won't get your free Prime if you leave the circle. Because everyone wants to win a free Prime. And then he can say the denial phrase, which is like, I am not Mr. Beast and I don't sell our groceries. So it's like, that's what someone that's called Mr. Beast and sells groceries would say. It just starts running off as well. So you won't get a free Prime if you leave the circle. Shinji wasn't taking it at all. So Shinji wasn't taking it at all. Yeah, so Shinji wasn't taking it at all. I'm not Mr. Beast and I don't sell groceries. I'll go with like triple explanation points because he is like really mad about this whole thing. Just to emphasize it, I guess. And it also like trails off. It's almost like there's a brief silence after it. So she then lets him walk off, but not without a few choice words. So what's it? Diana then withdrew from this battle. Diana then withdrew from this battle. That sounds like something that Mr. Beast would say. But if you insist, I'll let you go. And then to the night, it's like she's just warded off a demon, and totally not the other way around. That sounds like something Mr. Beast would say, but if you insist, I'll let you go. So, I'm a be humans. Yeah, I will be. See you. Anyway, like, as I say, I'll be finishing up soon, so... Probably just get another paragraph on, like, the, Escape Prince or something. And then I'll finish. So that sounds like something Mr. Beast would say. But if you insist, I'll let you go. And, yeah, so, then, Shinji then, stomped off. Nobody, including himself, understanding where he was headed. Stormed. So I need a R there. Shinji the Stormed. Yeah, this isn't Birdie the Mighty. Shinji the Stormed. Shinji stormed off. Nobody, including a lot of typos. Nobody, including himself, understanding where he was headed. So, yeah, I can actually just have an exclamation point after stormed off. Nobody, including himself, understood where he was headed. Where he was heading to. I don't know, I think headed is legitimate English. So, Shinji stormed off. Yes, he did. So, yes, we have the night. The knight was charmed by Diana's impressive feat of warding off the man who was clearly a demon. The knight was charmed by Diana's impressive feat, warding off a man who was clearly a demon in disguise. So, yeah, and then he naturally needs a, completing response that, like, that was, not impressive. So, that was something. The knight was desperately trying not to sound impressed. The knight was desperately trying not to sound impressed. It's not like I'm impressed by that or anything. Yes, so I can hopefully fix some of this. I can actually add an exclamation point because it is kind of exclaiming it. And then we can finish off with this, as I say, which will be the antagonist return, though. The escape prince. That's it. Yeah, true. Unfortunately, just thinking to myself. Unfortunately, the king, no, not king. When Stabber Pan arrives at the prison, yeah, there's going to be toilet paper everywhere. Because the prince is like absolutely insane. Like he would have actually toilet papered the entire prison. When Stabber Pan arrived at the prison, well, I don't know. I say she has to go to a jail cell. What if she goes to the jail cell to check if he's on the off chance still there, and there's literally a tunnel dug with a spoon? Like the old trope of someone digging out of prison with a spoon. But you know he's an escape artist. If he wanted to, he could dig out with a spoon. He defies all logic. Unfortunately, when Stabber Pan arrived at the prison, she realised the outside had been bombed with toilet roll paper. This was the prince. I think I will write his name as well, like somewhere. He needs a name. This was the prince's mark, which he left on all of the prisons that he escaped from. This was a prince's mark, which he left. Yeah, I think I just need a comma there. Which he left on all of the prisons that he'd escaped from. Still, the queen and her, no, not queen. She's called like Stabby. Is it? Stabber Pan. That's it. I could probably just call her Stabber actually. Because I feel like once you've heard it a few times, you get the idea who she actually is. Still, Stabber decided to press onwards towards his prison cell. Still, Stabber decided to press onwards towards his prison cell. Yeah, I think his is fine. I've said the name before, so I kind of know who it is. What do you call it? The cell marked with the name. So he's a prince. His second name, if we're going with the theme of it being her brother, his second name would be Pan. That much is remained, but that much is a kind of given. But, slippery, I don't know. I feel like I need to... well, the Stabber, clearly they don't have the best way of naming their children, so... what would I call it? Well, what could work, I wonder? Digger, yes. Digger Pan. It's dug out of a cell, so it kind of works. The cell marked with the name Digger Pan was empty. Well, I say that, but there was a bottomless pit in the middle of the cell, surrounded by bent spoons. Well, naturally, so as I say, I'll finish off with one line here about how the thing is. How many word counts have I got? 2,343. That's good. So we'll be approaching 2,400 words, which I think for a stream is decent, honestly. If I keep going at this rate, maybe I'll get a finished story after a few weeks. So, well, I say that, but there was a bottomless pit in the middle of a cell, surrounded by bent spoons. That's besides the fact that the rest of the prison looked as if a bunch of wild would you say apex predators? I don't know, I think they're the large ones. Had been running rampant. That's beside the fact that the rest of the prison looked as if a bunch of apex predators had been running rampant. So I think that's what we got for now. Have I hit like 2,400? Not quite, 2,365. It rounds up. I'll call that good enough. So I'll be finishing up for now, and I'll leave it here, and I'll say goodbye until another day.